never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above, but nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
They are literally saying to 1.3 million active duty service members to defy the chain of command, not to follow lawful orders.
The Pentagon is escalating its investigation into Arizona Senator Mark Kelly over serious allegations of misconduct. The probe follows Kelly's viral video with Democratic lawmakers suggesting service members can't ignore illegal orders, a video President Trump calls seditious.
It should send a shiver down the spine of every patriotic American that this president and Secretary of Defense would so corruptly abuse their power to come after me or anyone this way.
Pentagon officials say they will limit comments to protect the investigation's integrity. California National Guard troops are now out of L.A.
The dozens of remaining troops appear to have left on Sunday before an appellate court-issued deadline to leave the city by Monday at noon. President Trump federalized and deployed the Guard members in June during violent anti-ICE protests. A video taken early Sunday shows National Guard troops leaving the Roybal Federal Building in downtown L.A., which the armed soldiers had patrolled since June. Court records show about 100 California National Guard troops were still active in Los Angeles as of last week. I'm Daniel Martindale.
President Trump is planning a visit to North Carolina this week.
The former chair of the RNC and current Republican senatorial candidate Michael Whatley announced on social media Monday that Trump is scheduled to make a stop at Rocky Mount on Friday. The White House hasn't released specifics of the visit, but it comes just over a week after President Trump kicked off what was billed at the time as a major push to address affordability concerns among voters. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Wall Street closed with stocks mostly down.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 302 points. The S&P 500 shed 16 points, and the Nasdaq rose 54 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
These charges will be 2 counts of first-degree murder with a special circumstance of multiple murders.
32-year-old Nick Reiner is facing 2 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, found stabbed in their Brentwood home on Sunday. He faces life without parole or the death penalty if convicted. The group behind a New Year's Eve terror plot in Los Angeles may have had their eyes on other big cities. One of their members was arrested in the tiny town of New Iberia, Louisiana.
Assistant U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley says the suspect is a considerable threat. The FBI's New Orleans field office would only say the subject was taken into custody Saturday. This is the second terror arrest in just over 2 months near Lafayette. In October, a man accused of taking part in the Hamas-led attack on Israel was caught there as well. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes' knee injury is worse than initially reported. Surgery reveals tears to both his ACL and LCL. Despite added ligament damage, Mahomes' rehab is expected to keep him on track for a return next season. Instagram is making the jump from your phone screen to your TV screen.
The popular social media app launched Instagram for TV on Tuesday. It lets users watch reels that are organized into personalized channels based on their interests. As of now, it's only available on Amazon Fire TV devices and only in the U.S. It's expected to expand to additional devices and markets next year. I'm at Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
All right, what do you say? Let's get a brand new day underway. Ready or not, here comes Hump Day. Time zone to time zone, we'll work our way into day number 17 of December. We are 1 week from Christmas Eve. How about that? All right, so welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secrets studios. Hey, we actually have a little bit melting going on outside the secret bunker here. Finally, the much anticipated moderation of temperatures coming out of the deep freeze here in the central and eastern USA as we continue to progressively warm up through Wednesday, Thursday, and of course, it's going to be like flipping a light switch from day to night after reaching into the 50s come Thursday. Get ready for a frontal system that takes us right back into the teens during the overnight hours. That's going to be a crazy day Thursday. But hey, good to have you with us out of the box as we kick off another day. Hope your week's going well. Well, travel concerns. Where do we see issues tonight? You know, most of the country is a pretty good night for moving freight. Not really seeing any snow to slow you down. A little bit of lake effect stuff there in northern New York. Aside from that, a few spotty showers in south central and southeastern Texas. Little light rain north of the Houston area. It's the flooding rains that once again are impacting the Pacific Northwest. I'm not liking the looks of the radar with these torrential downpours impacting areas that have been dealing with major flooding over the past week or two. Tonight we've got some heavy rain stretching from northern California, right about Redding, California, into southwestern Oregon. A little bit of a break then till you get about up to Salem, Oregon. And then those heavy rains pretty much entrenched over all of the western half of Washington. So heavy rains in Seattle again tonight. Heavy rains all the way up into Vancouver, British Columbia. That additional heavy rainfall through the day Wednesday is going to hinder any cleanup efforts and repairs after we've now had 2 levee breaches in King County, Washington. The first breach occurred in the Desmona levee along the Green River. That was Monday afternoon. We had the emergency alerts, go now, evacuation alerts issued for residents and businesses east of the river. There was another breach that occurred early Tuesday morning on the White River near Pacific, Washington, prompting more evacuation orders. Both of those breaches prompting flash flood warnings from the National Weather Service in Seattle. At least one fatality caused in Washington due to the recent flooding. According to the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, a 33-year-old man perished when his vehicle went into 6 feet of floodwaters, completely submerging the vehicle. Flooding and mudslide risks continue to worsen as additional rain moves into the area that already received inches of rain over the past week. Obviously increasing runoff in the region. River and stream flooding continues to be exacerbated as heavy rain focuses across the region. We can anticipate multiple rounds of moderate to major flooding of the short-run rivers in the higher and intermediate levels of the Cascades through the rest of the week here. Meanwhile, across the terrain, snow levels will begin to fall through the overnight hours tonight as cool air pushes into the region, and that's going to bring the snow levels finally below the pass levels. Along with the rain and the snow, winds are going to be a concern. Strong westerly winds picking up across the northwest, which started over the past evening. Gust 50 to 60 miles per hour across much of the region, including Seattle and Portland. Higher gust 70 miles per hour across the terrain, with some gusts possibly approaching 90 miles per hour. Given the saturated state of the ground from all this heavy rain, Trees will be much more likely to come down, causing additional infrastructure damage and possible power outages. What I'm seeing is wind advisories and many high wind warnings stretching from Washington and Oregon all the way over into much of North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, even northern portions of Kansas, eastern Colorado. Yeah, travel's going to be a bit difficult, including portions of Interstate 25, 90, and 94, with dangerous crosswind hazards for high-profile vehicles. We will see another brief lull in the wake of this storm. Another storm will bring more rain and mountain snow to the northwest late this week. Now, unlike the previous storms where the heaviest rains have been focused over Washington, this next round is going to focus a bit further south, western Oregon and northwest California, anticipating a large swath of 2 to 4 inches of rain across much of western Oregon and extreme northwest California, up to 8 inches possible along the Oregon coast and the Cascades. Now, as the main focus of the atmospheric rivers begin to shift southward later this week, obviously the potential for small stream and river flooding increases substantially further south there in western Oregon, maybe in the same manner as we've seen in the Washington Cascades over the past week, and again early this week. Travel disruptions from heavy rain and flooding may impact some of those pre-holiday travels late this week, both in the air and on the roadways. Major highways, Interstate 5 and 84, may be impacted, so be prepared for slowdowns there on the roadways, but just the incredible rains in the Pacific Northwest as those snow levels drop and the winds really begin to kick. We are actually, let me pull it up here. We see some blizzard warnings in place for portions of Washington here. Snow expected at or above elevations greater than 2,000 feet. This includes like Paradise, Mount Baker, Snoqualmie Pass, Ashford, Mount Rainier, Stevens Pass, Silverton, and Greenwater. Blizzard conditions at times due to winds 45 to 50 miles per hour. So this is the Cascades of Snohomish and northern King counties. Cascades of Whatcom and Skagit counties, the Cascades of Pierce and Lewis counties, as well as southern King County. Those blizzard warnings kick in about 2 a.m. California time, running till the noon hour here on Wednesday. So get ready for snow accumulations. They're saying upwards of 10 to 15 inches on Snoqualmie Pass, 15 to 20 inches at Stevens Pass. Mount Rainier and Mount Baker could see upwards of 2 feet of snowfall. So heads up, that's going to be definitely some travel issues there. Meanwhile, elsewhere around the country, we're going to be looking at some changing conditions. Nothing showing up as we speak on the radar, but the anticipation of, well, this time around, rather than snow, it's going to be wet travel conditions beginning later today on into Thursday evening from the Mississippi Valley to the Appalachians. Rain then will spread to much of the Atlantic seaboard by the time we get into Thursday night. The wet roads, low visibility, slick highways, airline delays are expected. Where we've got some snow piled up, street flooding going to be possible with blocked storm drains as the rain and the melting snow combine with the warming temperatures. Again, gusty winds as that storm moves across the eastern U.S., ultimately, we'll see wind advisories and wind warnings stretching all the way to the mid-Atlantic coast, the Appalachians, on up into New England. Gusts to 60 miles per hour occurring near Lake Erie and Ontario, as well as the New England coast, as well as some of the higher terrain there in New Hampshire and Vermont. We will see a new round of cold arriving here the weekend before Christmas. That'll be behind this storm, stretching from the northern plains and the Midwest Friday, and then the Northeast Friday night into Saturday. Most of the rain, most of the roads, rather, should have a chance to dry off in the wake of that storm before the cold air actually moves in. But forecasters are closely watching for the potential of maybe some of that rain changing to snow in the Appalachians Thursday night and Friday. We will see a brief period of lake effect snow following the storm Thursday night to Friday night. Parts of Michigan, western and northern New York, northwestern Pennsylvania, your typical snowbelt areas. Gusty winds. We'll see some airline delays in the Midwest and the Northeast both Thursday and Friday. We could see moderate to major travel disruptions from Washington to Northern California, Montana, Wyoming, Northern Colorado, and the Dakotas as we head toward the tail end of the work week here. Final weekend before Christmas, of course. Rolling up on 18 past the hour. Well, let's see who we have on board. There is Philly Dan out of the box. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Marianne is in the house. Shorty, I-77 northbound. Here we are, Charlotte, North Carolina with 34 degrees. Columbus bound once again tonight. Tank, I guess we're headed back east, are we? Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Happy hump day. Clear 33 here in Grants, New Mexico. There we go. We got our spun around. We're pointed back east toward the home 20 via Memphis. Truck safe. Have a blessed day. Country Bumpkin checking in for the best trucking show. Be safe, overnight drive family. Hello to Crazy Ray. West Michigan checks in. Best 5 hours on the radio. Got 35 degrees at this hour. It's a little better, isn't it? And it's better than the zero stuff we were seeing a couple nights ago there, Ray. Hello to Jeffrey checking in from southern Florida. On down the line, we roll into a brand new day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, hello to Kevin. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hey, hump day. Michael chimes in. Steve, the volume's great tonight. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, we spent some time trying to get that all corrected. We were kind of wondering if everything was back up to par. So I appreciate the heads up there, Michael. Anybody else? Let us know if you have any issues. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday, whatever. Hey, 8 more sleeps till Christmas. 2 weeks till the New Year's Eve. 93 days till spring. Always looking at the positive, right? Spring will arrive at some point in time. Got the regular run tonight, except I'm running late, thanks to a whole bunch of stuff that could be a country song, especially with having to catch up from the weekend snowstorm. What a way to start my week. Partly cloudy, windy, a balmy 48 degrees. Rolled an I-64 near Leavenworth, Indiana. There you go, big time warm up. John, hello, Steve, the overnight family. Happy hump day, everybody. Truck safe on the roads out there. Clear skies, and can you believe 39 degrees in Indianapolis? Yeah, the snow, melting. Not going to be a white Christmas for us. It's all going to be gone. Yet you're going to have even warmer temperatures, and then the rain coming in to wash it all away. Good afternoon. Larry Hammer down, 26 still in Platkill, New York. Got the coffee cup full. Time to ride. Round number 2 to Schenectady, New York. Hello, Jason. Morning, Steve, over here in Pierce, South Dakota. On my way up to North Dakota. Got a load of pipe tonight. 36 degrees. A starlit, dry sky. Or dry roads, but a starlit sky. Thank you. All right, good to have you with us. Couple more down the line here. Hello to Jerry. Salute to the Veterans Bowl from Montgomery. All right, final. Jacksonville State 17, Troy University 13. All right, checking in from Central Alabama, 34 degrees here. Have a great show. Thank you so much, Steve. So we had bowl game, the Veterans Bowl this past evening. I can't believe we're actually we're about to roll in to some of the first actual playoff games coming up this weekend. I had a shout out from Big Ed this past day, and I had all but forgot. Yeah, we got to get some picks in this Friday morning. Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. 44 degrees, Sacramento, California tonight. After 4 weeks of being fogged in, we finally saw the sun today for about an hour. Tonight, I'm downloading music for the Christmas party. I'll be DJing in costume as Santa Claus. Next week, Mrs. Claus and I will be playing in the snow, visiting the grandkids. They're in the Pacific Northwest. Santa Claus out. Hey, you crossed my mind. What are they saying on your local news there, Santa Claus, about the shake, rattle, and roll? California, according to the reports, has been rattled by multiple earthquake swarms over the past 4 days. The latest was here on Tuesday. U.S. Geological Survey reporting a 3.1 about 5:53 a.m. Pacific time near San Ramon. The epicenter of the recent seismic activity. That was followed by a dozen smaller quakes. Over the past 4 days, they tell us, though, San Ramon has been shaken by multiple quakes. 2.9, 2.3, 2.2 on the 13th. 2.8 on the 14th, the 2.4, 2.1 on the 15th. Dozens and dozens of smaller tremors. Is this some sort of a precursor? Some are questioning. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, San Ramon has recorded at least 21 earthquakes, ranging from 2.9 to 4.0 here in the past 2 months. In the last month alone, the city's been shaken by at least 90 earthquakes, most of them too small to cause any sort of damage. But this is raising concerns among some residents, fears that this cluster could be a warning sign of something larger. Experts say these small tremors don't necessarily indicate a major event is imminent. Researchers at the U.S. Geological Survey said it's not unusually concerning that the recent quakes signal anything larger for San Ramon. These small events, as all small events are, not necessarily indicative of an impending large earthquake. However, we live in earthquake country, so we should always be prepared for the larger event. There's a 72% chance of a magnitude 6.7 or larger quake occurring anywhere in the Bay Area between now and 2043. Well, that's a big window, you think? Are you just covering the bases? A 6.7 on the Calaveras Fault would be classified as a major seismic event capable of significant damage in some of the densely populated East Bay communities. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive rolling into Hump Day live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
The Pentagon is escalating its investigation into Arizona Senator Mark Kelly over serious allegations of misconduct. The probe follows Kelly's viral video with Democratic lawmakers suggesting service members can't ignore illegal orders, a video President Trump calls seditious.
It should send a shiver down the spine of every patriotic American that this president and Secretary of Defense would so corruptly abuse their power to come after me or anyone this way.
Pentagon officials say they will limit comments to protect the investigation's integrity. President Trump is planning a visit to North Carolina this week.
The White House hasn't released specifics of the visit, but it comes just over a week after President Trump kicked off what was billed at the time as a major push to address affordability concerns among voters. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hello to Lauren Weiss, the two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 40 degrees under starlit skies, Grand Isle, Nebraska. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed north for northwest Iowa. Gonna load for America's Dairyland, 7 days and counting until my year's over. Hey, how about a special shout out to Shorty from Big Red Country tonight. Saddle up nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. What day is it? What day is it? Not official till Horse Feathers makes it so. 844-844-3388. Looking at 35 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. I'll take it. Just saying. Has Candace Owens gone code 9? Yeah, that's Looney Tune talk in the LE world. Code 9. All right, stay safe, everybody. Watch your 6. I haven't paid a whole lot of attention. I don't know. I've seen her in some headlines, but I don't know. Conspiracy stuff, right? Hello to Jason. Good to have you on board. Yeah, I'll be checking my email there. Shorty said I'll send you some info about the earthquakes here shortly via email. All right, Vision Pro Studios, Coldwater, Michigan on board. Greetings, Steve. Have a good evening. All right, Shorty does say, he said, Rumble and YouTube volume loud, which is great. Because that way we can adjust the volume the way we want to listen. All right, big thumbs up there. Thank you so much. Ryan was talking about maybe making some tweaks. We have a typical 9:30 chat here on Wednesday mornings each week. If everything sounded good, we'll just leave it alone. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, as they say. Well, I don't know. What day is it? What day is it?
Oh, hey, Mike. Morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
So we got the new headset in, and you'll have to tell me here how the modulation and clarity seems to be on it.
Seems like there's clarity. Maybe I might even be over-modulating a little bit.
Oh, maybe we need to put the microphone further away from the mouth like this. How does this? Is that any better now?
You're sounding good.
All right. Well, we won't put the microphone right in front of the mouth then. We'll just move it around a little bit. Anyways, hey, Mike. What day is it? What? how'd we get back here?
It's already hump day. Yeah.
Yeah. So, sounds like you got a little more activity out there in that ring of fire. You got earthquakes and volcanoes and flooding, and it sounds like the whole west side of the world's falling apart, Your Honor. I don't know, just saying. But so I see that they've gotten Nick Reiner arrested, and I don't know. Did they charge him? They have charging in, or we're just saying what they're going to charge him with, possibly.
2 counts of murder. 2 counts of murder is what I'm seeing.
Now, do you think they might be able to use the insanity plea for him? I mean, with all his history, do you think there's a possibility they might be able to use the insanity plea?
I would say that may be a distinct possibility.
Yeah. So, anyways, I don't know. Maybe he's one that needs it. Maybe he needs to go to a facility. Do you have any facilities left to take care of situations like that? I don't know.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, not very many if there is. But, I don't know. They said this situation was going on for a long time out there.
Yes.
And in the land of fruits and nuts, do you think once in a while, if you got a bad situation in an area, sometimes you need to look to maybe move to a different area, get out of that situation? I mean, I hate to sit here and be, hindsight 2020 and play armchair Monday morning quarterback for anybody, but for anybody else out there, I mean, if your kid's in a bad school with a bad school district, if there's drugs, if there's gangs, if you have the ability to move to another school district, do you move, or do you just try to take your chances and hope things come out well? I mean, you be active, proactive. I don't know. I guess everybody has to make their own decisions. What's important, where they're at, but I don't know. I just. I haven't had kids of my own to grow up to have to deal with that. I mean,
right.
You had Beth, you had Stephen. I mean, Stephen was a little bit of a thing in the neighborhood. If things got to the point that you needed to make a decision that would be better for him if you moved, would you move, or would you stay where you were close to your job, or how do you do that?
Right.
I don't know. So. But anyways, I guess other sad news. Did you happen to see that the actor that played Luke in General Hospital there, the whole Luke and Laura thing passed?
I'm not familiar, no. I don't know that I'd even recognize him.
I'll tell you the truth, I don't know if I'd recognize him now or not, but when the heck was that whole Luke and Laura deal? That was like in the early 80s, wasn't it? That they had that whole deal on General Hospital? That was the captivating events of the world. I mean, everybody, that was the Who Shot OJ of daytime soap opera TV, was the whole Luke and Laura thing there, if you remember. But yeah, I don't know. I think the wife said he was somewhere around 78, and what I heard, he was having some medical procedure and either didn't come out of it or, didn't work or something of that nature there. So I don't know. Maybe if you get time. But anyways, other than that, I don't know. I think you got things covered pretty well. I mean, your Iraqi weather God predictors there, they were pretty much saying rain Thursday night for us. So, Thursday night into Friday, and then by the weekend, our loads, they're only saying going to be back down in the 20s. So I don't know. Maybe it's going to be a little colder out there for you guys out there in the central part of the country. But other than that, the things are just kind of moving along here. We're up kind of in northern central BA. Went by a little town called Mountaintop. I don't know. Have you ever heard of Mountaintop, Pennsylvania?
I have. I indeed. Yes.
Yeah, there's one of the listeners that we have there, Lobster, kind of lives up in that area there somewhere. So I stuck my arm out, waved for half a second, But it's too cold up here to stick your arm out for too long with any type of wind chill. So anyways, I guess the only other thing, were you ever able to check on that new nuclear powers that they're talking about trying to develop there that supposedly isn't going to have the amount of waste that's going to be left over, and you're actually going to be able to reuse some of the waste to generate power?
When we updated our system here last Friday, it kind of I got a new edition of email, and all my previous stuff was all wiped away. So I don't have the link anymore.
Okay. All right. Now we'll have to see what we can find of essentially. Maybe we'll resend it to you there. So, anyways, but as I say, other than that, we're just kind of strolling along here. It's still kind of chilly, but don't see anything out here to bother anybody. And heck, even the places that seem like they might have melted a little bit. There's been enough traffic. Roads pretty much dry out this side here. So.
Right.
So we'll see. At least we don't have that deep water they got out there in Washington. We don't need any of that stuff there coming our way. But other than that, we'll let you go. If we come up with anything else there, we'll check back in. And we did hear the other night there about Knuckle Buster gonna call it retirement. So
yeah.
Congratulations to him, and I guess we'll miss him and miss another caller out there.
He'll be able to stay up late. He can't just disappear on us like the Carolina Monkey Gouger did.
I hope not. Boy, I tell you, he just turned the switch off to us. What happened with that?
Yeah.
Give up trucking, give up all kinds of stuff. So, anyway, hey, one last thing, are you going to play anything for Christmas there? You know, you're going to play the Red So Vine Christmas thing there with the boy and Santa Claus or anything? Bring tears to people's eyes, or what's going on with Christmas?
All I know is, as far as the Christmas break, I'll be off Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of next week. So Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and the day after. All I know is Ryan's. We spoke this past day, and he's supposed to be loading in some shows. I don't think we're going to have any special Christmas edition with music or anything.
All right, so no Charlie Brown Christmas going to be playing, or the Grinch or Frosty or anything? All right then, Your Honor. We'll let you go out and do some due diligence there. So hopefully the new headset did all right for you.
All right, thank you much, Horse Feathers. About 15 before the hour. As far as the Rob Reiner, the Nick being charged, a little more info this past day. Yeah, we knew that. I guess it all kind of started with some sort of a big argument that occurred at the Christmas party. It was meant to be a festive Hollywood party thrown by the late-night television host Conan O'Brien, full of industry small talk and seasonal greetings. But the mood inside the gathering soured before the night was out. Other guests recall raised voices, a heated argument between Rob, his wife Michelle, and their son Nick. Rob and Michelle left the party early after that confrontation unfolded in front of some of the industry's biggest stars, they say, who all was there at the gathering. Yeah, the who's who of celebrities in L.A., Now, that, of course, would be the director's the last time he was seen in public. 24 hours later, found dead in their home, their throats slit. I guess they've confirmed that. Reports are saying it appears they were sleeping, and Nick came in and just slit their throats. They were dead in the bed. Nick arrested on murder charges now. Detectives, they tell us, are piecing together the final days of Reiner's life and his turbulent relationship with his son. As we know, Nick had struggled with addiction for years, apparently was living in a guest house at the parents' home. It's a $13.5 million estate there. Family friends told how Michelle had been increasingly concerned about his mental health in recent weeks. in the grip of drugs. He had distanced himself from his family. But having returned to his parents' home in L.A., he frightened them, they said, with lengthy, chaotic binges. According to an insider, he would do meth and wouldn't sleep for days, go into outbursts, breaking things, punching walls, claiming that Rob and Michelle had threatened to kick him out of the house if he didn't stop using drugs. Threaten, right? They dealt with this for years. Now, here a few months ago, I guess this was the last time the family appeared together, all posing for photographs at the premiere of Spinal Tap 2. Obviously, that unity was not genuine. Of course, Sunday, when a masseuse showed up at the home, rang the doorbell, knocked several times, and no one answered. And I guess this masseuse was kind of a regular and thought that's not usual. It was unusual behavior, which I guess she contacted the daughter who lived across the road, and she was able to go in and find the parents. Very sad, but 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. 1982. All right, so a time in my life where I was pretty much focused on one thing. What turned out to be the princess. So, yeah, because I have no recollection whatsoever. I must have been out of the loop. Crazy Ray did the research. 1982, 81 was it? The wedding of Luke Spencer and Laura Weber on General Hospital that drew 30 million viewers, marking the highest rated hour in American soap opera history. I have no idea. No recollection. There you go. Hello, Drummer Girl. What are we at? 20 degrees, northeast Philly tonight. Yeah, still on the cool side. Hey, we're sending you some warmer temperatures. Hang in there. All right. Luckily, my vacation kicks in on March the 15th. We're planning to go to the Mid-America Truck Show again this year. Yeah, don't be saying that. Drummer Girl that's just around the corner, ain't it? Yeah, about 8 before the hour. Head on over to see what's going on with the Knuckle Buster. There he is. Do some due diligence. Did we find a more intelligent caller?
Absolutely not. Ain't no way I'm more intelligent. But anyway, I might be smarter than I was yesterday. I don't know. We'll just wait and see about all that there. So, I thought for a minute horse feathers were going to blow my eardrums out there with that new microphone there. So, he finally got it pulled away and got it settled down there. So, that's good sounding mic there, horse feathers. Well, speaking of Laura, Luke and Laura, I don't remember Luke too much, but that Laura, she was a good-looking little old baby doll now. So, ain't nothing wrong with that girl. I guess she's a lot older now. So,
yeah.
But I remember, I never did watch that show, but I remember her from the show itself. So my grandfather, that's all he had to do was sit around watching soap operas all day when he retired, but I'm not going to do that. So now, speaking of baby dolls, see, I got a suggestion for these truck stops. Instead of putting them damn Subways and Arby's, I mean, how many damn sandwiches can you eat?
Mm-hmm.
I want them to put a Twin Peaks or a Hooters in there, or someplace I can sit down in there and get a good meal and enjoy the scenery, right?
I hear you.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, anyway, that's my suggestion for tonight. I don't know. It's I come through Oak City there. It was 50 degrees, and I was glad of that. That wasn't a bad temp right now. Well, we done dropped 2 degrees out here on the east side. So, who do you think was the last state to recognize Christmas as an official holiday?
That I would have no idea. Which one? Hawaii?
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
No, Oklahoma. Yeah, what took them so long? Big Ed? Hey, y'all didn't like Christmas, man? Oh, wait a minute. Christmas is June 16th, not December 25th. So anyway, I don't know. Well, NASA's the only one that recognizes that as the official Christmas day. But anyway, it's get this one in. I'll have maybe 1 or 2 Dallases next week, and that's I'm gonna hang the boots up. So I've got plenty to keep me busy. Both of my daughters told me, "Don't worry about nothing. You ain't gonna be sitting down for nothing now, buddy." So you might want to go back to driving a truck. So, but I doubt they. I don't know. They might keep me that busy, but I don't know. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
My grandson was. My daughter wrapped up my present to him, and my daughter said he was there just shaking the fire out of that box, trying to figure out what was in it. So I said, "Well, you better lock it up because he'll be up there in the middle of the night untaping that thing and retaping it there." So, and I got news for people. If you invite your child back into your home and that child has drug problems, hey, you better put a lock on your bedroom door. I got a lock on mine. If somebody breaks in, that's my last line of defense is that locked door. I'll have time to get up, get my water blaster, make sure it's good to go before I have to go in there and get them wet there, right? But anyway, wasn't Rob Browner, wasn't he the one that said it was a shame that guy up there in Pennsylvania didn't kill Trump?
I'm not sure if Rob said that. He said a lot of things about Trump over the years. A lot of negativity. He did spew a lot of hate. I know that.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he said that exactly, but anyway, hey, what goes around comes around sometimes. I don't know. Well, nobody deserves to die like that. Nobody deserves to die like Charlie Kirk went out either. So,
yeah.
But Trump got real lucky that day. That guy missed. Well, that guy probably couldn't hit the broadside of a barn if he wanted to. So, anyway, well, I still got to make it all the way to Memphis. I got about 8 hours to go. So we'll keep listening, and maybe I'll call in that long list time.
In other words, you'll be with us for the duration, all 5 hours, in other words. All right, thank you so much. Good to hear from you there, Knucklebuster. And we close out hour one. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A new report shows China leads the world in nearly 90% of critical technologies, and that includes nuclear energy. In Texas, efforts are underway to catch up with investments in small modular reactors.
Ideas might be similar around the world. Texas stands out when we think of the acceleration of the path for implementation.
Ayman Hawari of Texas A&M says nuclear energy will be crucial to meet the state's growing power demand. Los Angeles authorities have charged Nick Reiner, the son of director Rob Reiner, with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the stabbing deaths of his parents. Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman made the announcement today.
2 counts of first-degree murder with the special circumstance of multiple murders. He also faces a special allegation that he personally used a dangerous and deadly weapon, that being a knife.
Rob was 78, Michelle was 70. If convicted, Reiner could face life in prison or the death penalty. The Trump administration is pushing back on a Vanity Fair interview with Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. Wiles suggested Trump's legal actions may involve retribution and described him as having an alcoholic's personality.
This was, unfortunately, another attempt at fake news by a reporter who was acting disingenuously and really did take the chief's words out of context.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt called the piece a disingenuous hit and said positive comments were left out. Trump does not drink alcohol. The FBI has released a new surveillance video in the search for the gunman in the deadly Brown University shooting. The footage shows a person of interest walking near police moments after the attack. Investigators say tips are pouring in and a reward up to $50,000 remains available. Wall Street closed with stocks mostly down.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 302 points. The S&P 500 shed 16 points, and the Nasdaq rose 54 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside,
it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
46-year-old Ashley Wasilewski is recovering after an unprovoked acid attack in Savannah's Forsyth Park left over 50% of her body burned. Police and the FBI are searching for an unknown male suspect in dark clothing. A $5,000 reward has been offered. A group of Senate Democrats spoke out against a deadly shooting during a Hanukkah event at Bondi Beach in Australia on Sunday. That group included Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
It was horrified by the brutality of this attack and noted a rise in anti-Semitism in Australia as well as around the globe. 2 men are suspected of shooting into a crowd of nearly 1,000 people celebrating the first day of Hanukkah. The shooting resulted in the death of at least 15 people. The Australian Prime Minister has proposed enacting stricter gun laws for the country, including limiting the number of guns someone could own and regularly reviewing gun licenses. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A Florida couple from Puerto Rico who run a 3D print shop near Miami got a surprise order for 56 ornaments. Ada Velez says she didn't know the order came from the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump, until she got a message.
I work directly with the White House. I am the one who opened your box, and your ornaments are the sensation of the White House.
The 6-inch ornaments featuring state flowers and birds now adorn the White House Blue Room tree. The tree honors Gold Star families. Velez says her husband is a veteran. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Ready or not, we're rolling into a brand new day. Time zone to time zone, here comes Hump Day. What do you say, 17th day of December? 1 week from Christmas Eve, no less. I got a follow-up there from Santa Claus. They're on the West Coast. In regards to, I was asking about the earthquakes. What are they saying on the news and whatnot? And he did say over the past 2 weeks, we've been rolling with quakes throughout northern and southern California. Most of us out here, most Californians, they don't worry if it's a quake like under a 6. But what has been newsworthy is the variety of different faults that have all woke up recently. Oh, well, I might just have some oceanfront property here in Sacramento. Yeah, 100 miles east of the Bay Area. Okay. All right, Santa Claus out. All right, thanks for the update. Yeah, so I guess it all kind of coincides that the last several weeks we've seen the Ring of Fire very active. Yeah, numerous major quakes. Yeah, several 7+ magnitudes in various places around the world are on that Ring of Fire. But thank you for the update there, Santa Claus. Now, so we get the new hour, new day underway. Let me flip over here. I see the president is slated to address the American people this evening. Let's start with that. The president announcing Tuesday he plans to address the nation from the White House. His year-end remarks coming about 2 weeks before the new year. Now, they say it's supposed to be focused on the administration's accomplishments since January 20th, when Inauguration Day, of course. Kind of teasing the announcement, he said, it's been a great year for our country, and the best is yet to come. The entirety, my fellow Americans, I will be giving an address to the nation tomorrow night, live from the White House at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. I look forward to seeing you then. And that's where he said, it's been a great year for the country. The best is yet to come. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters the president's address is going to be kind of a victory lap for his accomplishments over the past 11 months. All that he's been doing to bring this country back to greatness. All he continues to plan to do to continue delivering for the American people over the next 3 years. All right, so they shared her entire message there. A lot of accomplishments over the last 11 months. Of course, the president has delivered several addresses from the White House this term. Typically, they're in the face of some sort of incidents, violent incidents, the murder of the Ukrainian refugee, Irina Zarutsky, the assassination of Charlie Kirk there, Turning Point USA. He spoke after the shooting of the 2 National Guardsmen there in Washington, D.C. a few weeks ago. I can't help but wonder if he may have a few things to say about Venezuela, maybe, because things are pretty intense there. The president posting this past day, Venezuela is completely surrounded by the largest armada ever assembled in the history of South America. It will only get bigger, and the shock to them will be like nothing they've ever seen before. Until such time as they return to the United States of America, all of the oil, land, and other assets that they previously stole from us. The illegitimate Maduro regime is using oil from these stolen oil fields to finance themselves. Drug, terrorism, human trafficking, murder, kidnapping. For the theft of our assets and many other reasons, including terrorism, drug smuggling, and human trafficking, the Venezuelan regime has been designated a foreign terrorist organization. Therefore, today, I am ordering a total, complete blockade of all sanctioned oil tankers going into and out of Venezuela. The illegal aliens and criminals that the Maduro regime has sent into the United States during the weak, inept Biden administration are being returned to Venezuela at a rapid pace. America will not allow criminals, terrorists, and other countries to rob, threaten, or harm our nation, and likewise will not allow a hostile regime to take our oil, land, or any other assets, all of which must be returned to the United States immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I find it kind of intriguing that He would post something of that nature and then subsequently talk about addressing the nation tomorrow evening. But trying to say it's for a completely separate matter, nothing to do, no mention of Venezuela when he speaks of addressing the nation. But again, things that kind of pique your interest, shall we say. Are you with me?
Well, I'm with you, but I beg to differ. It's not our oil.
No, right.
It's now as far as the assets, I'm assuming the corporations such as Exxon, Texaco, or whoever went over and drilled that there was a percentage that they got for producing the oil, and then the percentage that the country of Venezuela got. But when they nationalized their oil, they just, they didn't, I guess they didn't reimburse the operators of the refineries, such as Exxon or Texaco, just for an example, didn't reimburse them of their investments. It's what they've done with their money that they're getting off all that. And that's supporting these terrorists and the drug runners. Now, I'm behind President Trump on that 100%. I'm glad to see him blow them SOBs out of the water. Because they just fentanyl now has become the
weapon of mass destruction.
Yes, it ain't only fentanyl; it's methamphetamine. Look at that Rob Bronner's son.
Yeah.
You can tell by looking at him; he's strung out on meth.
Well,
I got a nephew that looks just like that, Steve. I know what that crap does.
Wow. I mean, I knew he was doing drugs, and I mean, that story I shared a bit ago said, yeah, he would go on binges, I guess, the methamphetamine, and it keeps you awake or something. He'd be up 3-4 days at a time.
Yes, it keeps you awake. It makes you do stupid things. My nephew pays homage to Satan.
Wow.
He thinks he's God. And he'll sit out there in the street screaming and cussing. And if he's in a room, he'll start tearing stuff up. And he'd been picked up, but they'll pick him up, find him, and kick him back out on the street. We've tried to get him to lock him up. He said, well, I'm going to he'll go tell the judge, I'm going to rehab. Never go.
Yeah.
Never go. And rehab doesn't do anything for him. Look at all the money Rob Reiner wasted on his son trying to get him rehabilitated. What Rob Reiner's problem was, he didn't want to accept that there was nothing you could do for your son. And now I guess he did, other than he's like all parents, he kicked his son out. That was the best thing he could have done for him. Okay, he was homeless. Okay, he was sleeping in the gutters, under bridges. But until he got to that low point and he wants help, then you can put him in rehab all day long, and they're just going to be in there long enough to play the game or whatever it is they do in there, and then come right back out and start doing it again. My nephew was locked up for 30 days. He come out, oh, well, I'm changed. I'm changed. A week later, he's back on the meth. And it's crazy. You can't deal with him.
Wow.
And what's sad, when he's not on that, he's the best old kid alive. But other than that, he ain't. And I know I'm going to sound cruel, and I've even said it to my sister, and he ain't even fit to be alive, Steve.
Wow.
And that's just, he's the same nephew that when I first moved back home, that thought he was going, and he was strung out on his meth, and he come up to me and started screaming and cussing at me, and I didn't say a word to him. You know what I did? I had hit him right between the eyes, and he picked himself up 5 yards across the yard. And I told him, punk, you don't talk to me like that. I don't make excuses. It's what it is. So he never, even when he's strung out on his meth, he knows not to scream and cuss around me, because he knows I'll jump up and knock the fire right out of him. And it's against the law for me to do that. But guess what? You're not going to intimidate me. You're not going to cuss me. You're going to show me respect.
Mm-hmm.
I take a hardcore stance. What Rob Reiner should have done was haul the son out the country and beat the hell out of him, what he should have done, and said, you don't come back until you pal are clean. And you show me one time that you're still on drugs, I'm going to ship you right on back out here. But Rob Reiner was a damn liberal. And the biggest part of our problems are the liberals. Am I correct in that statement?
Yes, sir.
The excuse making that they do, yes, the benefits of a drug or weapon of mass destruction, but so is the methamphetamine. And they come right over here across the border.
Yeah.
All these years, even back when Clinton was president, remember the war on drugs?
Yeah.
How many millions or billions of dollars have they spent on this so-called war on drugs? And then all your liberals was crying, well, you're locking up people because all they are is drug addicts and they shouldn't be in prison. I'm sorry, Steve. Drug dealers, in my opinion, execute them. Because those same drug dealers, if they thought they could come into our school and convince our young people to take these pills, they'd do it in a heartbeat, because that becomes a customer for them. They have no care. They have no feelings. And then all these damn psychologists and everything, all they want to do is prescribe them more medicine to try to get them off of their drug that they're taking. And it don't do no good. But, hey, that's what I see. That's what I've dealt with when it comes to my nephew. I make no excuses for him. And I say this, when he's on them drugs like he does the meth, he ain't fit to be alive. I mean, I ain't saying I'm going to go out and kill him. I wouldn't do that. But I'm just saying he's not fit for society.
Mm-hmm.
You see him out there all the time. God, I've got a mouthful, man. I need to start calling him more often. I got so much I want to talk about. Right quick, no, Knuckle Buster, Oklahoma didn't become a state until 1907. For 10 years, we would still consider the territory. And, originally Oklahoma was allotted for the 5 civilized tribes. And Christmas was a federal holiday. And until we become a recognized state, we couldn't adopt federal holidays. And that's why we were one of the last ones to recognize Christmas as a federal holiday.
Gotcha.
And I would tell Knuckle Buster, congratulations on trying to retire. I heard him last night. I would keep my CDL. Keep your medical card up to date. Now, if you got a hazmat, I'd let that go. That's a waste of money. I let my hazmat go 5 years ago. I got tired of that dog and pony show. But I still got my CDL and I still got my hazmat card, because I never know, I might want to go move something across state line. Or, do something where I might need it.
Mm-hmm.
I have no intentions, trust me, of really getting back out there in that truck. And it's just not going to happen, because I'm like all the other drivers. I got sick of all the rules. I'm sitting there listening to you last night talk about all these different laws like out there in Oregon and everything that they're trying to fix our industry, but at the same time, they're going to turn right around and handcuff the guys that's been doing it right all these years. And I'm sick of playing by them rules. I'm tired of it. I was forced to do it right, and then the ATA, with the help of the federal government, you people just hoard our industry out and tried to cheapen it. And who's been raising the ruckus all this time about what was happening. It was us, the drivers. We kept telling them, you're putting unqualified people out here behind the wheels of these trucks. But they didn't want to listen, did they? We didn't know what we was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And it's come to fruition. And they still, even I don't know how many they've gotten rid of, but there's still a whole lot more out there they need to get rid of. You remember when we did the protest over the Mexican trucks coming across the border, coming in to, 50 miles into, they couldn't come 50 miles over the border because of their lack of laws to match our laws. You remember that?
Absolutely.
And they weren't supposed to be allowed to move any freight into the interior, and they wasn't allowed to pick up freight from in the interior to take back to Mexico. We used to have to take Xerox copying machines from New York up there at Webster down to, we'd take it to San Antonio to a warehouse, unload them there, then the Mexican drivers would come to San Antonio from Laredo, pick them up, and take them back across the border. And then they moved us where we just took them to Laredo and unloaded them, and then that way they didn't have to come on all the way up to San Antonio, because San Antonio was a little more than 50 miles from Laredo.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how they used to do things. But then that was because of our protesting about, because, originally they were going to let the Mexican trucks come in here, and we all put a stop to that.
Right. All over the country.
Yes. And you even went to Washington, D.C. So, right quick, I wanted to, on that Michigan coach thing, affirmative action gone wrong. That guy shouldn't have never been a head coach. He wasn't prepared to be a head coach. I ain't saying he's a bad guy, but I'm just saying he wasn't prepared. So that was Michigan's own undoing. And that's right now, because we're not supposed to be talking sports. I don't want to step on Grump's toes, I guess we'll wait. We're supposed to call in Thursday night. And right quick, my condolences to Wheelchair Dave. I was surprised. I guess he had a motorcycle rigged up where he could operate it from a sidecar.
Yes, in his wheelchair. Sure did.
And I salute Wheelchair Dave. That's somebody that wanted to live. And he didn't let a handicap stop him.
Yep.
That was a good thing. Whatever happened that he ended up in a wheelchair,
That I don't know. Yeah, but I think the obit said he spent 32 years in the wheelchair.
Man, well, at least he was out there trying to live life to the fullest. And then, like I say, knuckle buster, keep your license. It'll take you a while to figure out what you need to do. The worst thing you can do, and I know you remember Bozo saying it, is not stay active. That's the worst thing a truck driver can do, is shut down and go home and not stay active. So, there was something else. Josh. I talked to Josh today. Right after Christmas, he's going to get a hold of you.
Okay.
So he can do the interview, because I was telling him we need to get that, or I told him that you would like to get that done, so he's supposed to get you, and I told him, I said, I'm going to stay on you until you get over Steve. So he said probably about the 27th, something like that.
Okay.
He's still got a couple of more shows to do. I don't know if he's doing private or what he's doing. So, I try to keep in my lane. I don't interfere too much in his personal life, other than I'll see him once in a while. But I know he's going big time. That's all I know. He's got more dang money than I got.
Yeah,
so anyway,
and he's putting out a lot of new music. He's just not, I guess he must be writing on a pretty regular basis. I'll ask him about all that, see what he's got going on. He's putting out a new song every month or so.
I pinned a song years ago, and I've got to get back down to Edmond, because my place in Edmond got a out shed. I've got some papers and boxes in there, and I need to get down there and find it. And I told him I'd find it, and because I think it's about the Trail of Tears, and I had got it copyrighted, and I think it would be a pretty good song for him to sing, or I'm at least going to get it and give it to him and see if he can do anything with it. And if he can't, no big deal. But cause he's got that voice, you know, and I'm thinking, hey, boy, he can probably turn this into a hit.
Mm-hmm.
Especially about the Trail of Tears. It's about the Cherokee Indians and what took place, and following the Trail of Tears from Florida back up into Oklahoma years ago. And I didn't know if there was another trail like the Cherokee Indians over in Indiana, where they forced moved and forced marched Indians come across to Indiana. I need to do some more research on it, but you know, it's just like what took place up there with in the Dakotas with the Sioux Indians.
Mm-hmm.
There's been so much that our country is, you know, they've done them wrong. So anyway, but well, Steve, I guess me and Grump's supposed to call in Thursday night. There was something else I was wanting to talk about.
Well, hold the thought there, because we got to take care of the news break. We'll come back right after this.
Did you miss?
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
The Pentagon is escalating its investigation into Arizona Senator Mark Kelly over serious allegations of misconduct. The probe follows Kelly's viral video with Democratic lawmakers suggesting service members can't ignore illegal orders, a video President Trump calls seditious.
It should send a shiver down the spine of every patriotic American that this president and Secretary of Defense would so corruptly abuse their power to come after me or anyone this way.
Pentagon officials say they will limit comments to protect the investigation's integrity. President Trump is planning a visit to North Carolina this week.
The White House hasn't released specifics of the visit, but it comes just over a week after President Trump kicked off what was billed at the time as a major push to address affordability concerns among voters. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what do you say? We'll pick it back up there. Midweek, here it is. Hump Day coming our way. Scrapyard. How you doing? Waving all 5 at you. Somebody bring me a crowbar. I'm locked out of my Springdale Depot. Uh-oh. Something about third shift manager hasn't yet drug his carcass in. So you're patiently waiting, are you? Iron Duck, good morning all. Checking in from Springfield, Missouri. Orientation begins at 0800. 43 degrees right now. Keep the rubber side down. All right, getting the Class A CDL. Morning, Gary. Morning, Steve. All the overnight crew on this Hump Day. Gilligan. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, driving under the stars of Mayberry, a.k.a. Mount Airy, North Carolina, with 26 degrees. And hello to the Ice Cream Man. Good morning, all. Let me get back to, back to Big Ed here. Thanks for hanging in there.
Steve, let me ask this. Don't understand the reason. And I don't know how many generations we're going to lose because of the drug epidemic that we have in this country. Can we agree on that? That one of the biggest issues our society is facing is that of drug use. Mm-hmm. With our younger generation. Don't you think it's gotten to epidemic proportions? Can we see it?
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
I do, absolutely.
Okay. And I'm sure Pappy sees it out there. You take that.
Now, what does that mean? Ding dong. Phone lines cut out. What'd we do there? Let's see if we can get reconnected there. Yeah, it's working on. Okay, I don't know what the hell happened there. That's the sound of the phone saying we're gone. All right, are you still there, Big Ed? All right. I'm sorry, we cut out momentarily. Phone died. I don't know what the heck happened.
Yeah, no, I said, so when you figure these generational drug use, and they're taking those drugs for so long, that it kills brain cells. And then they don't know. And then so once it starts killing the brain cells, the drug issue and the mental issue commingles and marries itself to the point you can't fix the problem.
Mm-hmm.
The only way to fix the problem is start at its source. Start at the very beginning. And that is eliminate these stinking drug dealers, which Trump is trying to do. Eliminate the chemicals that China tries to ship up through our southern borders to make meth. Outlaw all these chemicals. Outlaw everything and start executing these drug dealers. Are you with me?
I hear you.
We got to go to the source. And then we got to figure out, okay, I'm going to say we probably won't going to lose 2 generations in our society because of this rampant drug use. And if we don't get a grip on it, we might lose 5 generations. And that's when we're going to fall down as a country, Steve.
Yeah.
That's when it's going to happen. Well, I may not live to see it, but I guarantee you that's what's coming down the pike. We're going to lose our country because we're going to, the baby boom generation is going to start dying off. Then you got your generation, X, and then Z, and then so forth. So if we don't get it fixed and we don't get to the source and start right there, we're going to lose this country. So I don't know. If I've said anything that don't make sense, then feel free to call in and debate it. I don't care. Just lay off with the name calling,
Right.
Well, anyway. All right, Steve, we'll talk to you Thursday night, and I'll sign off with what I say. I may not know it all, but I know what we'll talk to you later, sir.
All right. Thank you, Big Ed. Thank you. There you go. Growing up, I heard many, many times, it was the Cold War era, of course, in the communists, said they would take us without firing a shot. Yeah, they'll take us from the inside. And where is the fentanyl? It's coming from communist China, all the ingredients to make it, at least. It's all coming from, and they know that they can, just like me and you, at least the leadership, I don't know about the people because of the censorship that takes place in China, what they can see via social media and whatnot. But we can get onto social media and see the plague, the blight that's impacting, major cities all over the country. It's not just Kensington there in Philadelphia. It's big cities everywhere. Drugs killing people every single day. All right, let me get to Mike in Michigan. Morning,
good
Mike.
evening, Steve.
Hi there.
Hey, thanks for the coupon, by the way, for some of the product. I'll be ordering that soon.
Yes. Great. Glad you got that.
Your last caller was pretty much spot on in regards to the drug epidemic. We've had nothing done by really any president since Reagan, and then when Trump got elected, we see the war on drugs and escalating to the point to where I'm predicting that if Mexico doesn't get their act together soon, there's a lot of unrest going on there too because of the cartel and the corruption within the government. But if they don't get their act together soon, I think Trump will probably pull a 180 and go after them next. I wanted to comment on the Venezuela situation too with the oil. Folks probably don't know, but Citgo is the major brand name for the oil that comes out of Venezuela, and it's currently being sold. It actually was sold in an auction to a company called Amber Energy. That's backed by Elliott Investment Management. They won the bid for like $5.9 billion. Venezuela basically came unglued because they've denounced the forced sale of it, and the reason why it was being sold is because the Venezuela government owns a whole bunch of people a lot of money. They haven't been paying their debts, even though they've had they've been shipping out oil.
Mm-hmm.
The sanctions that President Trump had against them was, of course, prior to us bombing Iran and getting rid of their nuclear capability, was not to send any oil to Iran because there were sanctions on Iran. So Trump had every right to seize the vessel.
Mm-hmm.
His comment during his press interview in regards to it, what are you going to do with the oil? Well, we'll probably keep it. He won't be. I don't think he won't be able to. I think you'll hear on the news here shortly in regards to that oil actually will have belonged to Amber Energy, and he'll either have to turn it over to them or it'll be pumped into their holdings or whatever. I don't think we'd be able to keep it. And he might bounce off of that and say, well, we'll keep it, but it belongs to Amber Energy. Not that the government would keep it.
Right.
So that's my prediction there. You were also talking about earthquakes and volcanoes and all that stuff that's been going on lately. I subscribe to a guy by the name of Stefan, Stefan, Stefan Burns. He's on YouTube. He is a geophysicist, and he does nothing but study the effects of solar flares and the sun and the coordination of all that with earthquakes. And it's unbelievable the things that he has been talking about lately. Here, about 8 days ago, we actually dodged a bullet on a geomagnetic storm that would have been just as strong as the Carrington event that took place in September of 1859. And at that time, it caused telegraphic stations to spark, and the wires melted, and with all of the space junk and the satellites and everything that rotates around Earth, that would have been catastrophic for us as a planet. But apparently the sun was facing, it would have been a 2-week period. The sun was facing off towards the left, and it wasn't a direct hit when the sun left this during the solar cycle 10. And when the sun ejected it, it was huge. I watched the video of it from the satellites and the cameras that are up in outer space that monitor the sun. And I watched the video of it, and it's unbelievable. It was huge. Earth is like nothing but a pin dot in next to the sun. And had the sun been 2 weeks later facing the direction of Earth, that would have been a direct hit on planet Earth. And so he has correlated, and it's quite plausible to listen to what he has to say, because he'll coordinate the solar flares with the geomagnetic storms there, and then rate them of what NASA rates them at, and then when they hit, he'll say within a matter of days we're going to see a major earthquake. He predicted the earthquake in Japan. And they're still having, they call them tremors, but they're in the 5 to 6.0 range. There's been more than a dozen earthquakes after the major one that hit here just a few days ago. And then you have the New Madrid fault line, which is just down your way and towards the Tennessee, Missouri, Arkansas area. And the fault line runs all the way up through the point of, it begins at Lake Michigan, here in Michigan. And that's recently showed some activity. And then, like you said earlier, the earthquakes out there in California. We've not seen a major catastrophe in our country with earthquakes in a very long time. And God willing, we won't. But the things that are taking place in the planets, the sun, and the events that are taking place here on Earth with all the rioting and the division and all the crazy stuff that's going on, good God, it's very concerning for me. I study. I'm an eschatologist, a Bible prophecy student. I've got a master's of divinity and eschatology from Dallas Theological Seminary, and by watching all the events that take place and correlating that with what Bible prophecy Scripture has to say about Bible prophecy, we're certainly reaching a pivotal point, a very dangerous pivotal point. Worldwide, with the disruptions and the riots and people rising up against Christianity and Islam and It's coming to a boiling point, probably a lot sooner than later.
Interesting.
I also found too. I was looking at our wonderful lady, Miss Ilhan Omar. That link that I sent you a couple of weeks ago, quiverquaint.com. I pulled her up here to this evening, and she's not reported anything for 2025 for her holdings, but for 2024, she shows an $18.6 million net worth. And what's really crazy is that you can pull Jasmine Crockett up, and she only has a $24,000 net worth, $24K.
Wow.
But that might be one of the reasons why she's trying to run in the Senate, because apparently the House of Representatives don't really, a lot of senators have got the net worth, and a lot of the House of Representatives don't. But Ilhan's, most of her net worth, between $5 and, if she cashed out, $25 million, is in Rose Lake Capital, and that's the company that her brother/husband owns.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what do you... I know they're looking into that, the whole thing that she maybe married her brother, and I mean, there's some predicting that she will be deported sometime probably next year.
There's a possibility, Steve. It sounds like the Trump administration wants her gone, so they're going to, and so does Bill, and so does Holman. They all want her gone. I mean, I try to be neutral and not judge people when I take a look at them. But the first 2 or 3 hours I heard Kamala Harris campaign, that woman was phony as a $3 bill.
Yeah.
And when it comes to Ilhan Omar, she's just pure evil. I could see her when she talks. She smiles. She calls the American government idiots. She thinks the Trump administration is full of a bunch of idiots. And if you're a criminal and you've gotten away with what you wanted to get away with, you have a degree of arrogance about you that you'd be able to admit or say something of that nature, because you figured that you're never going to get caught. And she's made the comments that she can go anywhere she wants to in the world because she has this net worth now. And so I think if Holman they do their homework right, and they attempt to try to remove her from the country by denaturalizing her and then deporting her, they more than likely may tie something in with her net worth, especially the fraud that may have been allegedly had happened with her brother and becoming marrying him as a husband. And since he owns a company that has that much net worth or that much gross sales, they might even try to tie the two in together with that too and keep the money. I don't know.
Wow.
I have to sit back and I have to ask the Lord to forgive me, because when it comes to Ilhan Omar, she's just one wicked, evil person. I'm serious. She's just evil. She smiles, and while she's telling people all kinds of all the stuff that she talks about, I mean, and the descriptions that she gives about the country. I mean, if you come to our country and you want to assimilate and learn the language, and you want to learn the culture and be an American, and that's one thing. But when I've watched videos of her speaking in Arabic and Somalian and telling the organization she's talking to that she may be a representative in the United States, but her dedication, her commitment is to Somalia.
Her loyalty is with the home country. Absolutely.
Yep.
Very good. Hey, Mike, it's great to hear from you. I got to get a quick time out here. I would have a big smile on my face if I saw her boarding a plane headed back to Somalia. And it might happen. 844-844-3388.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed
to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, real quick, like in regards to the complete blockade there, Venezuela. Nothing in, nothing out there. Details on the blockade not clear as of Tuesday evening. And the president didn't include any details in his post. Reuters News noted that Venezuela's communications ministry did not reply to a request for comment after the post. However, earlier in the evening, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro made a comment that seemed to maybe reference the situation. Maduro said, quote, imperialism and the fascist right want to colonize Venezuela to take over its wealth of oil, gas, gold, among other minerals. We have sworn absolutely to defend our homeland, and in Venezuela, peace will triumph. Now, of course, Venezuela is dealing with rampant poverty, hyperinflation, relentlessly under Maduro. They rely on their oil revenues to keep the socialist government afloat. Venezuela has the largest proven oil reserves in the world. We're talking roughly 300 billion barrels, mostly in what they call the Orinoco Belt. Production has been crippled by both sanctions against the regime and the regime's mismanagement of the oil sector production infrastructure. That has led Venezuela to do business with other sanctioned nations, including, as Mike just mentioned, the likes of Iran. Now, that oil tanker that was seized by the U.S. Off the Venezuelan coast, the skipper was sanctioned under the Biden administration for ties to both Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard and Hezbollah. New York Times reported that skipper faked its location to hide its visits to countries that are under U.S. sanctions. After apprehending that vessel, Attorney General Pam Bondi said the ship had been sanctioned due to its involvement in an illicit oil shipping network supporting foreign terror organizations. Of course, the president warned earlier this month that the campaign against Venezuela would be expanding, especially against the narco-terrorists. Yeah, he said, we're going to start doing those strikes on land as well, referencing the strikes on the drug boats. We know We know the land. We know the routes. We know the routes they take. We know everything about them. We know where they live. We know where the bad ones live. And we're going to start that very soon, he said at the Times. Yeah, very interesting stuff. When we come back, who we got on board? See if Eagle's hanging in there. Carl wants to chime in here in room for you at 844-844-3388. Looks like Philip, Vic, all lined up and ready to roll here. Okay, so take care of business here. Here comes Hump Day. Good to have you on board. 40 degrees here in southwest Ohio. The temperature going the wrong direction for the overnight hours. Up rather than down. But I'll take it.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
They are literally saying to 1.3 million active duty service members to defy the chain of command, not to follow lawful orders.
The Pentagon is escalating its investigation into Arizona Senator Mark Kelly over serious allegations of misconduct. The probe follows Kelly's viral video with Democratic lawmakers suggesting service members can't ignore illegal orders, a video President Trump calls seditious.
It should send a shiver down the spine of every patriotic American that this president and Secretary of Defense would so corruptly abuse their power to come after me or anyone this way.
Pentagon officials say they will limit comments to protect the investigation's integrity. California National Guard troops are now out of L.A.
The dozens of remaining troops appear to have left on Sunday before an appellate court-issued deadline to leave the city by Monday at noon. President Trump federalized and deployed the Guard members in June during violent anti-ICE protests. A video taken early Sunday shows National Guard troops leaving the Roybal Federal Building in downtown L.A., which the armed soldiers had patrolled since June. Court records show about 100 California National Guard troops were still active in Los Angeles as of last week. I'm Daniel Martindale.
President Trump is planning a visit to North Carolina this week.
Former chair of the RNC and current Republican senatorial candidate Michael Whatley announced on social media Monday that Trump is scheduled to make a stop at Rocky Mount on Friday. The White House hasn't released specifics of the visit, but it comes just over a week after President Trump kicked off what was billed at the time as a major push to address affordability concerns among voters. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Wall Street closed with stocks mostly down.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 302 points. The S&P 500 shed 16 points, and the Nasdaq rose 54 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, Are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
These charges will be 2 counts of first-degree murder with a special circumstance of multiple murders.
32-year-old Nick Reiner is facing 2 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, found stabbed in their Brentwood home on Sunday. He faces life without parole or the death penalty if convicted. The group behind a New Year's Eve terror plot in Los Angeles may have had their eyes on other big cities. One of their members was arrested in the tiny town of New Iberia, Louisiana.
Assistant U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley says the suspect is a considerable threat. The FBI's New Orleans field office would only say the subject was taken into custody Saturday. This is the second terror arrest in just over 2 months near Lafayette. In October, a man accused of taking part in the Hamas-led attack on Israel was caught there as well. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes' knee injury is worse than initially reported. Surgery reveals tears to both his ACL and LCL. Despite added ligament damage, Mahomes' rehab is expected to keep him on track for a return next season. Instagram is making the jump from your phone screen to your TV screen.
The popular social media app launched Instagram for TV on Tuesday. It lets users watch reels that are organized into personalized channels based on their interests. As of now, it's only available on Amazon Fire TV devices and only in the U.S. It's expected to expand to additional devices and markets next year. I'm at Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Another hour underway, rolling into a Wednesday hump day, midweek. See if Eagle's hanging in there. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, I want to talk about two things, Steve, two serious deals. Now, I'm going to tell you, it ain't going to be a long story, it's a little short story about this guy here. You want to talk about a spoiled brat a guy who the parents should have had him turned in a long time ago, and they would still be alive right now. I had the same scenario with a family member of mine, Steve, a cousin of mine that got addicted to drugs, and when he beat up his own mother. He came home one day and wanted money for drugs, and his mom wouldn't give him money, and he beat her up, blacked her eye, broke her arm, and took the money out of her purse. That's one of the worst things you can do is put your hands on your own mother.
Wow.
Somebody that brought you into this world. But that's what drugs do to you. You're possessed by demons, the devil. When you're doing these drugs, it's not normal to do it anyway. This man, what's this guy's name?
Rob Reiner.
The two people that killed him. Okay, Reiner, his son. If you look at the photograph of this guy, you can look at the evil in this man's face and eyes. This man, they say that they had a altercation at a party
right
the night before they were killed. Where they went wrong, they should have got the police involved in, instead of allowing him to go on with that hatred that he had for his parents. Because they said this is not the first time he's been in an altercation with his mother and father. But sometimes love, Steve, is what I want to get at. Is even though my cousin beat up his own mother, she still didn't call the police, because that's a child. That's somebody that came. You carried in your body for 9 months. Sometimes, even though you know somebody needs help, you still won't do the right thing, and that's what it seems like happened in this situation. Instead of getting the police involved after the altercation and maybe having him arrested, or either locking him out of the house, doing something to keep him from getting in, that's where they made their mistake at, by allowing that kid of theirs to continue on with his hatred for his parents. And now you see what happened. Now they're both dead, when this could have all been avoided if they would have got their son the help that he needed, because you see he was already addicted to drugs. The boy needed help a long time ago, and unfortunately, when people on drugs, they hurt the people that they love the most. It seems like the people that's on drugs, they rob, they steal from their parents, they beat them up, they something. Then you see this scenario, they even killed them, and that's a damn shame, especially right before Christmas, to do something like that a week before Christmas, to kill your own mother and father. He got to live with that for the rest of his life. Me personally, I hope he gets the death penalty. I don't know if they have it in California, but that's what he deserves. You kill your own mother and father, that's exactly what you deserve, as far as I'm concerned. Now, as far as this scenario goes, Steve, with these terror attacks, we got to get these people out of the country. Donald Trump, luckily we got a president in the White House who thinks the way I think, and the way a lot of other people think. We got to get these people out, because these people are on the move now. They realize that they're running out of time, because Donald Trump has got the people looking for him, and they know that they got to make a move. And, so my warning to people coming up for for the New Year's Eve, the last week of the year, you better be looking out. If you see something strange, inform the police or law enforcement. If you see somebody that don't look right, tell somebody and get them involved, because you see what happened. These people were planning a serious attack in Los Angeles, and then on your news break, they claim that they arrested somebody in Louisiana.
Yeah.
Another one of these members. Now here's the scary part about this situation, Steve. Here's what's even worse about this situation. And these people here, I consider them worse. I consider these people worse than the actual people, Islamic people from Pakistan or Afghanistan, are these so-called homegrown extremists that want to join up with these organizations. These people are what you call the traitor with the utmost. When you join an organization such as ISIS and you're an American citizen, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. But we've had that done before with this. I think last year on January the 1st in New Orleans, I think that guy claimed that he was a ISIS member and he was an American citizen. Now, because see, it's hard to look for those guys, because they look just like me and you. So that makes it even harder, because see, when they announced that on TV, Steve, yesterday, I had to do a double take. When they were announcing this so-called attack they had for Los Angeles, they said they arrested 4 people, and I'm saying to myself, well, I guess they're gonna name on some Islamic names, but no, that's not what I heard. Those were American people Those 4 people arrested yesterday in Los Angeles, California, were Americans. Those are turncoats on their own country, and they're willing to join up with a group or organization to kill their own people. So, like I said, those people they deserved the ultimate penalty, the death penalty for what they've done, as far as I'm concerned. So, all I can tell people is to keep your eye on the swivel and look for these individuals, Islamic or even American people, because these people are on the move and they're in the country right now. I'm going to say this number one more time. I said it last night, just in case people think it's a game. There's 18,000 people that the FBI know of, terrorists that are in the United States of America. At this point, they don't know where the hell they at because Joe Biden didn't place no track. We don't even know these people's names because they literally walked into the United States. So there's 18,000 people on the loose in America right now. And somehow, some way, Donald Trump got to find these people and get them arrested and get them in behind bars or kick them the hell out of the country, one of the two. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, they just actually released those numbers this past day, I believe it is. I think I had that story over here somewhere. Yeah, 18,000, allowed into the country under the previous administration. How sad is that? And it only takes a very small number to do a lot of damage and take a lot of lives, as we know. We learned that lesson on September 11 of 2001. All right, see what Carl has on his mind this morning. What's up, Carl?
Yes. Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Yeah. Last night when I called in, I misspoke a little bit last night about the two terrorists there in Australia that did the beach shooting there. I was thinking at the time that they were still alive, but one was killed and another one is caught, and he's in a hospital or something right now, recovering. But I thought they both escaped, and but they had traveled to the Philippines a month ago, and then went into the terror cell of ISIS in the southern region of the Philippines there. That's what they did a month ago. They did that a month ago before they did this attack, to gather themselves and get trained on what to do and this, that, and the other in the Mindanao region of the Philippines there. So, that's a big problem all over the world right now, that they have terror cells in different countries. Everywhere, and in the United States, that's a large number. 18,000 of known terrorists are in this country, led in by the Biden administration alone, and they had been already coming into the country. So there's more than just 18,000. There's many thousands of them, of course, here in this country. And as far as Trump making the comments about Rob Reiner there, I think we thoroughly know by now that Trump does speak before he should about some things, and but that's what he does. He just does that, and we're not going to. We wouldn't even want to stand in front of Trump himself and say, "Well, I don't think you ought to say that," because he would probably get rid of us in a heartbeat. But that's just something that he does, and we should know by now that we're going to get upset with his comments about Truth Social and this, that, and the other about these things. And Rob Reiner did do a lot of Twitter work against Trump, and we understand why. And Trump has been shot, once on account of all this mess. And he really has faced a lot. The impeachments and all this stuff from the Democrats, it's got to wear on you after a while. And we haven't been through all that, So, yeah, I can understand why he would do some of the statements that he's done, even though I wouldn't make them myself. But yeah, he does this. And, there's nothing we can do about it except sit back and say, well, I think he shouldn't have done that. But, and then getting into the deal about the Mark Kelly situation.
Yes.
There, Mark Kelly, he had intentions when he made that statement, okay? He ought to know better. As a former military person, he ought to know better than to make a statement such as that he made about illegal orders. We all know that there are certain illegal orders sometimes, but you cannot sit and question every order that you get, okay? You cannot do that because the military is not the place to do that. You need to act first and then question it later, all right? Because the thing is if you don't act, then you could be responsible for the deaths of many hundreds, or a few or many, to be killed, okay, because of your inaction. All right, you don't have time to call your JAG officer and ask questions about this, that, and the other. All right, you just don't. We all know that there is an illegal order that's given every once in a while that may be illegal. That it's so illegal that you. But I never knew of it. I never knew of it in my whole time in my service. But I only served for 4 years, so I didn't know of one. So I just find it hard to believe that he would come out and make a statement like that without intentions of trying to get sedition started. Okay, that's the only reason that he made that statement. He wanted to get some sort of sedition to begin, and there needs to be disciplinary action taken against him because he did that. And thank you for taking my call.
Carl, always good to hear from you. Thank you for checking in. About 19 past the hour. All right, yeah, here. I knew I had the story over here. Office of the Director of National Intelligence this past day revealing President Biden's mass migration agenda at the U.S.-Mexico border. Welcomed about 18,000 known or suspected terrorists in 4 years' time. Detailed to Congress by the National Counterterrorism Center Director Joe Kent, identified thousands of known or suspected terrorists living in American communities that the Biden administration released, thanks to the border policies. And I quote, as he spoke to Congress late last week, Kent says, the number one threat that we have right now, in my view, is the fact that we don't know who came into our country in the last 4 years of Biden's open borders. What we have identified is alarming, and I want to share that with you today. These are individuals who, under normal circumstances, would never be allowed to enter our country because of their ties to jihadist groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Yet the Biden administration not only let them into the country, in many cases, they facilitated their entry into the country. Biden's Operation Allies Welcome, which brought tens of thousands of Afghan nationals into the country, often without having been vetted or interviewed in person, ultimately imported many known or suspected terrorists. these individuals, despite what's been reported, were not vetted properly to come into the U.S. Mayorkas sat there and lied to our face for 4 years. Because he's the one that time after time after time said these people are thoroughly vetted. Now, the individual terrorist who committed the attack in D.C., he was vetted to serve as a soldier in Afghanistan. The Biden administration essentially used his tactical level vetting as a ruse to bring him here. And we've seen the tragic results of that now. Now, he went on to say we've identified 2,000 of that group of 88,000 Afghans who have ties to terror organizations. We're working right now, hand in hand with Homeland Security and the FBI, to run down this 2,000. The Afghans who came here under allies' welcome, who have ties to terror organizations. And additionally, the other 16,000 of these individuals ties to terrorist organizations as well that the Biden administration let into our country. That's pretty scary. 23 past the hour. Philip in Florida, what's going on?
Just going down here on Interstate 4 about Altamont. How you doing today?
Hey, hump day, midweek.
Hump day? Yep, it's hump day. Yep. Steve, I haven't mentioned too much this week, but those folks out in Washington State, they're getting a little bit of water out there. Have you seen they've had some levees get broken?
Yeah, man, it's been unbelievable. And I mean, they've got torrential rains continuing tonight.
Yeah, I guess the real worst one was down there by SeaTac on King County. They had a big breach down there, and they've been all over the place. I don't know if you watch YouTube or not that much, Steve, but there's a lady. She actually comes to Matt's every year. Her name is Dominic, the dump truck driver. She's been hauling. They've been hauling rock and stuff with her dump trucks out there, trying to fill in a lot of those levees. They've been working with the Army Corps of Engineers, and it's getting pretty serious out there.
Wow.
She said the ground's softening up so much that trees are falling over out there. It's getting so bad out there. So I know it looked a lot like what happens after a hurricane out there. I know, with the way the water's breaking everything, and it looked pretty bad what I've seen. She's been keeping up on top of it. And if any of you guys you like YouTube and watch things about trucking and stuff, and this lady, she's very adamant about what she does. She's got her own service, her own dump truck, and it's called Dominic, the dump truck driver. She's on YouTube. She's a good person, hard worker. Yeah, next time you're at Matt, Steve, you might want to look her up. Talk to Tim Gentry. He'll look her up for you.
Okay.
And I know he comes over and talks to you, him and Q-Ball do. Q-Ball's been really busy. He's got his own authority now, so he's doing really good with his service, his trucking outfit. And I don't know when was the last time you heard from him, Steve?
Man, it's been a couple months. It's been a while.
Yeah, I know he's busy, man. He's busy a lot.
I'm guessing
what he's got going on in the shop.
I'm assuming maybe when he's driving, I'm guessing he's driving daytime and not up in the nighttime hours. Again.
Yeah, I know he's doing a lot of oversized stuff now. He's working with Crystal Miller up there in Wisconsin, and him and Gentry both. I mean, Gentry's doing a lot of oversized stuff, and a lot of the trucking influencers they're all hooking up, and working together now, and building their brands. But he's been doing a lot of oversized stuff, so I imagine he's doing a lot of daytime driving and not as much nighttime stuff. But he got stuck up there in that mess in New York and stuff, and with the snow and whatnot, and he's been going over to Pennsylvania, I think, a little bit too as well. I know he's hitting it hard before Christmas. So, but good for Q-Ball, man. Get out there, bud. Keep it going, man. I enjoy his FSC trucking stuff on YouTube, and And him and Gentry both. Gentry's, man, he's got it going. He's got a ton of trucks out there now working hard, doing what they need to do. But not too much other than that happening down here. I mean, we're still getting ready for Christmas. It's been really busy at the parks. Been really busy. And it seems like everything is up this year, a lot more than what it was last year. Made a few tweaks here and there, but we're doing good. We got everything planned up until the marathon in January, and then after that, things will probably slow down a little bit for us. We'll see how it plays out. As far as the other job goes, status quo, man. People are buying the groceries, Steve, and the store it's been busy too as well. And that's all it do is just go to work, do what you got to do. This deal about Rob Reiner and his wife, I mean, like I said yesterday, you can't help somebody unless they help themselves with addiction. And, you know, you try and you try. I mean, as Eagle said earlier, you know, he should have called got the law involved a little bit more. That's catch 2020. Like, you know, when it's your kid, it's hard to do. You know, Steve, you've got kids and, you know, you want to stand by them as much as you can. And sometimes you got to let them fall to understand what's going on. But, you know, it's a hard situation. It's a very difficult situation. And that just goes to show you, Steve, you can have all the money in the world and still have problems like this.
Yep.
Everybody thinks that you're getting away from it just because you're you know, you've made a lot of money in your career or whatnot. It doesn't always work that way. Life deals you the cards. They can be just as hard if you're making $1 million or if you're making $50,000 a year. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
You know, it's one of those things. And so, but I see you're on that deal right now, and I'll catch you later, buddy. You have a good day.
Thank you much, Philip.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
The Pentagon is escalating its investigation into Arizona Senator Mark Kelly over serious allegations of misconduct. The probe follows Kelly's viral video with Democratic lawmakers suggesting service members can't ignore illegal orders, a video President Trump calls seditious.
It should send a shiver down the spine of every patriotic American that this president and Secretary of Defense would so corruptly abuse their power to come after me or anyone this way.
Pentagon officials say they will limit comments to protect the investigation's integrity. President Trump is planning a visit to North Carolina this week.
The White House hasn't released specifics of the visit, but it comes just over a week after President Trump kicked off what was billed at the time as a major push to address affordability concerns among voters. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today. on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hotshot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And welcome back. Hey, a new day comes our way. A hump day, midweek already. Who we got checking in here? Steve, I have to laugh at myself. I spoke too soon the other morning. President Trump gave his short condolences. And I thought that was good enough, especially after he insulted Taylor Swift earlier that evening after the Chiefs loss. But of course, being so unpredictable, he had to expand on his condolences. Then he posted about Maduro in Venezuela. What can we say? He is definitely a unique character. Yes. No two ways about it. Let me get to see. Vic is on board here. Pappy, got you coming up. Morning, Vic. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, anytime. Was that person from Michigan? What was his first name? Mike. I'm sorry, my
Mike. Yes, it was Mike.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a very interesting call, and he was talking about he has to ask for forgiveness. Sometimes when something comes up, I just say there's a verse in the Bible that says, "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord," and not that I'm a real religious person, but I've seen that work out many times. And somewhere in there was basically training that says humans they don't know all the facts that an all-seeing God knows, and He'll know the right time to act. And with Ilhan Omar, they're investigating her now for being part of a company that was defrauding the government on all this different stuff. And supposedly that defrauded money was actually going to, El Shabaab or some type of terrorist organization back in Somalia. So wheels of justice grind slowly, but they do grind, and they'll usually get there. But now, with Trump's victory speech, he kind of cherry picks things and things that he thinks is a victory. Maybe not everybody thinks it is. And he was talking about going after Venezuela and stuff there on drugs, and at the same time he's talking about legalizing marijuana. So and there are problems with marijuana and some of the stuff they put in them, because quite often when you're dealing with drug dealers and these different head shops, they will start putting a little bit more stronger drugs or high THC content to try to get people induced to go to other drugs. So there's quite a whole, I guess you would say, modus operandi on that, to where that you're giving a gateway to drug dealers. It's not so much the drug. If you raised your own marijuana and just stayed with that, you'd probably be okay. But when you start getting drugs from drug dealers, I don't care what they are, you have no idea what might be in it. And that's where fentanyl came up. We had the opioid crisis, and then the next thing you know, they're off giving people this fentanyl, which is actually more of a animal drug or a real strong opioid for surgery. So I was just waiting to see what he really considers a victory, because today, and you were talking about the terrorist plot in L.A., and they were talking about taking the National Guard out. Well, when the National Guard went there and put down all the rioting and everything, I don't know if that relieved enough of the L.A. Sheriff's Department and other resources that started bringing this thing in on something that was going on out in L.A., and the next thing they know, they realized that people were planning some sort of a sequence bomb threat on New Year's. So you just don't know how everything will work out. And that goes back to this Kelly talking about you don't have to obey illegal orders and everything else. And the National Guard, that's Title 10 and Title 32, and I believe the Title 10 is the state and Title 32 is the federal. And like here in the United States, if a governor asks for the National Guard to come in, then there's no question to it. But there are a world of questions when you bring in the National Guard, and I don't think most of the different people that would have to follow those orders really understand it, because I don't even think Congress even understands it. It's so that one law applies in one situation and one in another. And Senator Kelly, with his rank that he had, he should be able to understand that anything you do that puts questions in someone's mind is going to affect their performance in a situation. And the old saying that they used to have in the military, I don't know if it's still the same or not, but it used to be, ours is not to question why, ours is to do or die. And blatantly illegal orders, they understand that. And my nephew, whenever he was in Afghanistan with the Indiana National Guard, they wound up shooting a little kid with a .20 caliber machine gun. Didn't intend to, but they were chasing some people, and somehow, that he thought he had committed a war crime forever. And finally, I got to talk to him one day, and he said, "Yeah, that's against the Geneva Convention, because they give us training on that." And they said, "Well, you're not to shoot a civilian with a .20 caliber machine gun." And I said to him, I said, "You're not." I said, "The key point here is you're not supposed to shoot a civilian." He said, "Oh." He said, and I said, "It's called collateral damage when you were doing what you were doing. Who knew that the little kid was going to run out in front of your Jeep or whatever it was they were driving that day?" But those things will happen in war. But that worried him, and every time somebody mentioned war crime, he would get upset. And then I finally figured out what was going on with it. And he actually joined the National Guard to get credits to go to to college, and then they activated the National Guard, and he never did make it to college, although he does have a good paying job now, making reflector headlights. But that's just one thing, and why someone would come out and even bring up this illegal order thing as a topic of discussion, and that leads back to these Venezuelan boats that are getting blown out of the water. George H.W. Bush was put in charge of the war on drugs, and he realized the Coast Guard didn't have any saying to catch up with these drug couriers with their speedboats. So George W. Bush actually bought, I think, for the DEA, they started buying those speedboats from the same place the drug couriers were buying them, so they could keep up with them. So I don't know where all that goes now, but all this stuff that's going on down there in Venezuela, and this Mike, I didn't know all that about the Amber people that had bought that, but I did know that the only place they could process or refine Venezuelan oil was there. There's 2 or 3 refineries there on the Gulf Coast, which I guess Amber owns them. So that boat, that oil tanker that they intercepted, I guess they could divert that to that refinery and refine the oil and start reimbursing the Amber oil coming out. And again, that gets into international law, and I forget what they did, because in Cuba when they nationalized everything, but I know we did think they were sanctioned, and that was all legal. So it's just the simple fact of the matter is that Trump has finally now decided that instead of having these wholesale raids, they're just going to start going on the illegals. They're just going to start going to the jurisdictions where they will compete with them and go back and use these fusion task force for Homeland Security, which includes all law enforcement. And they're going to start looking for the people with criminal records and see if they were fingerprinted when they came into the United States or if they weren't, because if they come in legal and ask for asylum, they're supposed to be fingerprinted.
Mm-hmm.
Whether they were or not, I have no idea. But they're going to start looking and see if they can find any coordination there. So I don't know who got Trump on the right track now, but somebody did, and hopefully we'll start seeing a lot more reconciliation about that. But real quick on that Trail of Tears, there were 7 different routes on that Trail of Tears, and that was because of the Indian Removal Act that Andrew Jackson did to take the territory in North Carolina away from the 5 civilized tribes, the Cherokee being the main one. The Supreme Court told him you can't do that, but he did it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And so he ignored it, and then he sent them down there to Oklahoma. And when he sent them to Oklahoma, which was a territory at the time, lo and behold, he put them right on that big reservoir of oil down there. And there was a woman, I believe she was at Oklahoma State, and she did a lot of research on that, how all the different stuff was done, that they eventually stole all the oil away from the Indians. And there were a lot of slaves that went north with them too. So that's when we wound up with a lot of black Indians, and that at least that's what they call them. And Judge Parker there at Fort Smith, Arkansas, he hired a lot of them to go into the Indian Territory after criminals, because they had been raised in there and knew a lot about it. And when you talk about Black Wall Street in Tulsa, that Black Wall Street was primarily black Indians. It wasn't just black people, but they had all that oil wealth, and there was a lot of jealousy of it and against them. So anyway, if Ed wants to really dig into all that stuff, and the winningest coach, I believe it was Oklahoma State. Anyway, he was a full-blooded Creek, and I don't know how this happened, but my wife's family was given a grant from the King of Sweden because they were Swedish immigrants, and he was a doctor, and somewhere along the line, they got married into the Creek family married into them, or they married into the Creek family. So one of the chief justice of the Creek, I don't know if it was the Creek Nation or the Cherokee, but anyway, he wound up being the chief justice of their court, and people that hadn't came out on the Trail of Tears, if they came out later to participate in the wealth, then he had to decide whether or not they paid their way out and they were entitled to it. So all I can say is if Big Ed's wanted to do a lot of research into it, there's a world to be there, but there were seven different routes of the Trail of Tears, and at one time there was a place down around Eufaula, Oklahoma, that was actually named after my wife's family, and then they finally got down. There were so few people there. I think they even took the post office down there.
Mm-hmm.
But so anyway, that's how I know that. And the other family member that used to keep of her family that used to keep track of all the genealogy, he was big on Haiti. And the last time he went to Haiti, he picked up something, and then he died, and then another one picked it up. But I don't know if he's really followed with it that much or not. But
right,
he was employed. He was employed by U.S. Steel. He used to be a quality control inspector there at U.S. Steel. But
all right, well, Vic, good information. The Trail of Tears, right? 7 different ones. Yeah, got to get a quick break in here. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, we had a big wind event last week, which saw dozens of high-profile vehicles blown over out west. You know, last week, Wyoming was a hot spot. It's going to be more widespread today. I'm looking at the charts here out of Montana, where you got high wind warnings. A few of the spots here for today, Wednesday. Let's say Cutbank, Montana. They're saying the low-end scenario for the winds would be 75 mile an hour. The most likely scenario, 85 mile an hour winds. High-end scenario, 95. Great Falls, Montana, 65 for the low end, most likely 75, 80 on the high end. Pretty much the same in Bozeman, Montana. 65 on the low end, 70 most likely, gusts to 80 miles per hour. All I know is they're saying, tie down your garbage cans. It's going to get crazy. Strong southwest to west winds. Strongest winds going to be along the Rocky Mountain front in the Montana Highway 200, U.S. Highway 87 corridor. So be prepared for very strong crosswinds. Know your vehicle's limits, they say, and if you have any outdoor holiday decor, secure it. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Getting ready to roll some smokes for the next 2 nights. Steve, what have we been saying since Biden got in office and these borders were wide open?
We don't know who's coming in. It could be terrorists, right?
Man, Steve, I said the number one thing Trump needs to do when he gets elected, number one, is shut down the border, which he did. I heard something on the news the other night that there's possibly 18,000 terrorists in our country.
Yes.
Steve, let me tell you something. It's more than 18,000. I don't know if you've been watching the news. We've seen what happened in Australia, but Steve, the news that is coming out of Europe is just crazy. And it's coming here. It's already in Canada. I don't know if I told you this last week or not. I can't remember. But there was a lady raped in Germany. She called, I won't, the word's not really bad to me, but it might be offensive to some people, so I won't say what she called the rapist. They arrested her, Steve, for calling her rapist a name. This is happening. Free speech is gone in Europe. I'm telling you right now, we need to get out of the EU. We need to get out of the UN. But we need not get out of the EU. Trump needs to get that disbanded. UN's corrupt. NATO's corrupt. We need to get out of all that, Steve. I'm telling you, man. Their goal is to bring down our country. The millions and millions of people that have crossed our border. And we, Steve, have been talking about this since 2001 when they brought down the towers.
Yep.
We kind of lost track, right? We had a lot of other things going on. But don't negate the threat from these Islamic terrorists. I'm telling you, I have seen intel that has been gotten overseas over all these years in Iraq and Afghanistan, where they have captured maps, plans, and I've told you this before, they don't think like we do. We think in weeks, months, maybe years, maybe decades, maybe. These people think in hundreds of years. These Islamic terrorists, radical Islamic, your ISIS, all these types. Steve, they want worldwide domination. Sharia law, worldwide, caliphate. You either submit or be killed. Steve, that's a fact. That's not hyperbole here.
Yeah.
We can't forget and lose the sight on this threat. And it's really crazy over in Europe. We see it. Don't let the news media downplay this. We're seeing it here now. General Flynn has a podcast. He is having some predictions, Steve, that he's worried that there's going to be something big happen here. He's worried about it. We cannot take our eyes off of this. Steve, I know there's been several terrorist attacks that have not been published.
Mm-hmm.
There was one, I think this one eventually got out. There was one down in Texas that was thwarted. The FBI stopped that one. We just hear about this one that they stopped out in L.A. Steve, I'm telling you, this is going to get bad. And Trump's trying to get these people out of here, man.
Trying to get ahead of the game, right? Hey, we got to pause there. Rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A new report shows China leads the world in nearly 90% of critical technologies, and that includes nuclear energy. In Texas, efforts are underway to catch up with investments in small modular reactors.
Ideas might be similar around the world. Texas stands out when we think of the acceleration of the path for implementation.
Ayman Hawari of Texas A&M says nuclear energy will be crucial to meet the state's growing power demand. Los Angeles authorities have charged Nick Reiner, the son of director Rob Reiner, with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the stabbing deaths of his parents. Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman made the announcement today.
2 counts of first-degree murder with the special circumstance of multiple murders. He also faces a special allegation that he personally used a dangerous and deadly weapon, that being a knife.
Rob was 78, Michelle was 70. If convicted, Reiner could face life in prison or the death penalty. The Trump administration is pushing back on a Vanity Fair interview with Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. Wiles suggested Trump's legal actions may involve retribution and described him as having an alcoholic's personality.
This was, unfortunately, another attempt at fake news by a reporter who was acting disingenuously and really did take the chief's words out of context.
Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt called the piece a disingenuous hit and said positive comments were left out. Trump does not drink alcohol. The FBI has released a new surveillance video in the search for the gunman in the deadly Brown University shooting. The footage shows a person of interest walking near police moments after the attack. Investigators say tips are pouring in and a reward up to $50,000 remains available. Wall Street closed with stocks mostly down.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 302 points. The S&P 500 shed 16 points, and the Nasdaq rose 54 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
46-year-old Ashley Wasilewski is recovering after an unprovoked acid attack in Savannah's Forsyth Park left over 50% of her body burned. Police and the FBI are searching for an unknown male suspect in dark clothing. A $5,000 reward has been offered. A group of Senate Democrats spoke out against a deadly shooting during a Hanukkah event at Bondi Beach in Australia on Sunday. That group included Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
It was horrified by the brutality of this attack and noted a rise in anti-Semitism in Australia as well as around the globe. 2 men are suspected of shooting into a crowd of nearly 1,000 people celebrating the first day of Hanukkah. The shooting resulted in the death of at least 15 people. The Australian Prime Minister has proposed enacting stricter gun laws for the country, including limiting the number of guns someone could own and regularly reviewing gun licenses. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A Florida couple from Puerto Rico who run a 3D print shop near Miami got a surprise order for 56 ornaments. Ada Velez says she didn't know the order came from the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump, until she got a message.
I work directly with the White House. I am the one who opened your box, and your ornaments are the sensation of the White House.
The 6-inch ornaments featuring state flowers and birds now adorn the White House Blue Room tree. The tree honors Gold Star families. Velez says her husband is a veteran. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed. We cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So welcome into Hump Day, midweek upon us. A few moments ago, I was talking about the winds. It's not only Montana. I mean, it's It's from Montana to Minnesota. From the Canadian border, high wind watches and warnings stretching all the way down through the eastern half of Colorado, northeast and central portions of New Mexico, even high wind warnings for the day ahead. Yeah, kind of unusual for this time of year in areas where it's actually been dry. There are red flag warnings, heightened fire danger. They're talking, let's see here, winds gusting to 55 miles an hour, relative humidity as low as like 12%, very, very dry. Yeah, that's from the Weather Service there out of Pueblo, Colorado. Yeah, southeastern Colorado, and there's another section there in northeast Colorado, all with the red flag warning. So, yeah, get ready for the rocking and rolling out there, the wiggle wag. I guarantee we'll be talking about numerous tractor-trailer blowovers during the day ahead. All right, where we leave off there, had a couple of other folks chiming in saying good morning to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. First, let me get back to finish up with Pappy here. Thanks for hanging in there, Pappy.
Thanks for hanging over, Steve. I ain't went off in a while, so I just wanted to make a few points here, man. Back to the border. All the leftist Biden, Pelosi, Schiff, all these whacked out left Democrats saying we can't shut the border. Can only do it legally. Congress can only do it legally. And they refuse to fund Trump to shut the border. Well, what happened as soon as he got elected and got back in, Steve? That border was shut down in a matter of a month or two.
Yep.
He's not playing around. He understands what's going on here. Steve, I'm telling you, over in Germany, I have seen so many videos. They flat out, these Islamists are taking over Germany, UK, and France. It's happening. It's done. And they're doing it right here in the United States. What is it? What's that city in Michigan?
Dearborn?
They got, Dearborn. Dang on, there's a. Anyway, we all know, man. They're in Michigan. They literally are part of the government in this city. Oh, man, I can't remember the name of that one city. Anyway, look at Wisconsin, Steve. It just came out in the news. All these Somalis in Wisconsin. What they do is, what they did over in Germany, they would take over these little small towns. They would all move into like Harrison, right out here, small little town. They would get voted in, get into local government. And then when that happens and they start crushing their stuff, most of the people would move out, and then they would take total control over them.
Mm-hmm.
And then they would move on to the next city, then the next city. See, how many times have we heard about, right here in the United States, that a lot of these Islamics were calling for Sharia law. They want their own little cities with Sharia law right here in the United States. Listen, they're not messing around, Steve. And I'll say it one last time, they want worldwide domination. It's in the Quran. EU needs to go. They're all non-elected officials. The UN, Steve, and NATO, they're anti-Trump. They want war with Russia. Let's move on to the number 2 thing, Steve, we were talking about that Trump needed to do. Secure these voting polls. If we can't have free and honest elections, Steve, and we let them steal it, we don't have a country. Did you hear in the news that they just came out and have all this evidence. Well, we already knew, right? But the media is now starting to let it dribble out on all the corrupt, illegal interference in the 2020 election. They're crooked-ass people. So it sounds like we're starting to get a grip on that. And anybody, right, that tried to counter this and bring it to light, like Mr. Pillow Guy, what did they do, Steve? They bankrupt his butt. Rudy Giuliani, they bankrupt his butt. They tried to bring a light to this. Steve, I want to get to fentanyl a little bit, and then I want to get to war crimes, and then I'll get the hell off of here. The reason these people, this is just my opinion now. I mean, we all know that these hard drugs, we're not talking about some weed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Vic was talking about, these hard drugs. These hard, very addictive drugs. Meth, crack, cocaine, heroin, fentanyl. Steve, we all fight demons every day. And Rambler, if you're listening, correct me if I'm wrong, but we all fight demons every day. And what these drugs do is they take your ability away to fight off the frickin' demons. They corrupt your soul. They let the demons in. That's why they're being pushed on this country and have been for decades. Just my opinion. Back to these war crimes, because Adam Schiff pissed me the hell off a couple weeks ago, Steve. I wanted to call in and got busy at work. These people talking about these illegal orders.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about, Steve, we talked about it a few weeks ago. This is a attempt military coup against Trump. No two ifs, ands about it. They are trying to turn the military against Trump. They decide what's going to be a war crime. Steve, they had flat out, I've seen the videos. They have flat out came out and said, we get back in power. If you committed a war crime, we're going to arrest your ass.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to decide what the war crime is. I had a buddy of mine back when I was in construction. He was in the Vietnam War. Every fall, his hair would fall out because of Agent Orange. Every once in a while, he had a little meltdown. There was a 14-year-old girl with 2 hand grenades in her hand approaching him and a couple other guys. I had to kill her. That's 8 with him to this day.
Mm-hmm.
Now, under Adam Schiff, would that be a war crime? Is he going to throw my buddy in jail? Tim Kennedy, very well-known special ops guys, right here, right now. He's got his own business. He does a lot of training for police officers and just does a lot of stuff. He's got his own company. He was on the Sean Ryan show. We talked about Sean Ryan, Navy SEAL. Steve, when you watch these Sean Ryan's interviews, man, I mean, they get down and gritty, dude. They talk, man. Sean Ryan asked him if he wanted to talk about his first kill. He said, yeah, I'll talk about it. He was over in Afghanistan. He's doing a firefight. About 600 yards away, saw a person carrying a weapon, was running back and forth from two different locations. This person, it looked like they were bringing ammunition, right, to some guys, to some bad guys hunkered down. He'd run back, get some more ammunition, run it back to him. Well, he's got an AK in his hand. 600-yard shot. Tim Kennedy decided to shoot this dude. Next day, after they cleared the area and they were driving through there, they drove past that 12-year-old boy that was carrying a shotgun. He wasn't carrying an AK, he was a shotgun. Would Adam Schiff charge him with a war crime? A war hero, Steve. One of our guys that has been in the thick of it over there, man. You gonna throw him in jail? Steve, I don't trust these people. They are anti-American. There's no doubt about it. They want power. They want to keep it, and they will do anything they can to keep it. Now, let's just keep that in mind. All right, bud. I've ranted enough here.
All right.
The weather is warmed up. It feels good. I'll take this over that 0-degree temperature all day long. Everybody stay safe. Hunker down. Watch your six. Thanks for taking the call, Steve.
All right. Thank you much. Get those smokes rolled and, back to work tomorrow night, right? 844-844-3388.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
I assume somewhere maybe down in, Arkansas, we'll find Scrapyard. Morning, Scrapyard.
Morning. What's happening, Captain? Out here, 45 degrees Fahrenheit, and enjoying every moment of it down here. I contacted on your Facebook page on Messenger. I sent you my phone number. Did you happen to give it to Heatwave?
I have not checked my Messenger. Did you send that today or like last night or?
Last night, yesterday morning when I rolled on the yard.
Okay, so I'll see if I can find it here. I'm kind of looking as we speak. I'm not seeing it here per se.
Oh, that was on your Facebook page and all that. I sent it via messenger. Unless it's one of them, unless it's one of those deadgum bad accounts and all that, people posing as you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, hopefully I just didn't give somebody keys to the kingdom. but yeah, that on that mess down there in Australia, Bondi Beach and all that, well, the retaliation's already begun down there. A Muslim-only cemetery there in Australia, somebody dumped pig heads all over the gravestones down there, and the Muslims can't even set foot on it now. Now the ground is desecrated, and they got to get their dead out of the ground, but they can't touch their dead after they've been in the ground. So they got to hire somebody to dig up all the graves and take all the people out, and nobody's willing to help them. It was on YouTube News, and right now there's a big major armed revolt. Looks like the tide is turning in Iran, the whole southern half of the country. Those religious police over there, been several of them killed, some soldiers killed and injured, and it's turning into a big armed revolt, and they're evacuating the city of Tehran. Like 5 million people.
Wow.
They're been in the process because they can't get any water in there. And, like Pappy was saying, all that this about the attempted takeover of our country and all that by the Islamists, before too long in this country, regular folk are going to have to engage in some war crimes. Just to put it bluntly, that we got to stop this mess, and that if they think that things are bad, they already have Sharia law in Dearborn. Numerous news reports, and they won't even let the media go into Dearborn. The city councils won't. They keep everybody run out. You show up, everybody all of a sudden flying those black flags, and everybody dressed up in black with their faces covered. So that's a pretty large enclave and all that.
Yeah.
That they're just running regular Christian folk out of basically threatening Christian folk, making them sell their businesses, their homes, and leave Dearborn, Michigan. That's the case. Bomb the hell out of it, flatten it, and let's start over. I try to be a very tolerant individual, but it clearly stated in U.S. law for many, many years that Islam would not be tolerated here for obvious reasons in the law. And, I mean, people are just going to have to wake up and all that. These people are not our friends, and they never will be our friends. In fact, I have several friends who immigrated to this country who were Muslim but are Christian now because they realized just exactly what Islam actually is. And it's not a good thing. Excuse me.
Well, Scrapyard, it's good to hear from you. I know it's just very incremental, like Pappy said. The goal is not to do this overnight. They've got, what do they say, a very patient people. They're willing to go generation after generation to incrementally to get it done.
Yeah, because they're still fighting the battle between King, what was his name? The Leper King and Salahuddin. And all that, fighting the Battle of Jerusalem, the Crusades. They're still fighting. And the thing of it is, we should still be fighting it as well and all that, but not for Jerusalem, but for Main Street, USA.
Well, Scrapyard, good to hear from you. Don't be a stranger. It's kind of odd that he'd say. The Babylon Bee, of course, the satirical website. Well, with a headline story. Groundbreaking new study finds Islamophobia may be partially caused by Muslims killing people all the time. Okay. Again, that's the Babylon Bee, but I don't know. Is there any correlation? Well, it's happened again. It's happening all too often. Under the industry headlines, a truck driver in the country illegally has been released on a $100,000 bond after a fatal wreck in Washington late last week. 25-year-old Kamalpreet Singh of Elk Grove, California, arrested last Thursday after a crash on State Route 167 in King County. He was released on a $100,000 bond Sunday, the 14th. According to the Auburn Examiner, Singh crashed into the back of a Mazda sedan that was stopped just behind a Peterbilt on northbound State Route 167. The force of that impact crushed the Mazda between the two semi-trucks, killing the motorist. 29-year-old Robert B. Pearson. Pearson passed at the scene. Police investigating the incident said Singh attempted no evasive action before the crash and did not hit the brakes. Singh had also falsified his logbook before the crash by listing a co-driver. Officers also found other electronic data that indicate the logbook had been falsified. Booked on charges of vehicular homicide, was given a $100,000 bond. Drugs and alcohol not believed to be factors, but investigation revealed Singh was arrested by Border Patrol in Arizona in December of 23, released back into the country illegally. It's unclear if Washington State ignored an active ICE detainer against the truck driver by releasing him from custody. Of course, Washington is a sanctuary state.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
The Pentagon is escalating its investigation into Arizona Senator Mark Kelly over serious allegations of misconduct. The probe follows Kelly's viral video with Democratic lawmakers suggesting service members can't ignore illegal orders, a video President Trump calls seditious.
It should send a shiver down the spine of every patriotic American that this president and Secretary of Defense would so corruptly abuse their power to come after me or anyone this way.
Pentagon officials say they will limit comments to protect the investigation's integrity. President Trump is planning a visit to North Carolina this week.
The White House hasn't released specifics of the visit, but it comes just over a week after President Trump kicked off what was billed at the time as a major push to address affordability concerns among voters. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts. service or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, hello, drummer girl. Sends me an email. Said there was a guy that used to call him Lone Ranger. I know he was from Pennsylvania, I think western Lehigh County, like the next county over west of me. I always enjoyed listening to him. I know he called you back in the day. Have you heard from him at all? Yes, indeed, drummer girl, on occasion. Ranger he's been battling cancer the last couple of years. Was diagnosed, went through treatment, was cancer-free, and it came back. Went through another round of treatment. It was cancer-free, and it came back. So it's been over the last couple of years. He finally went through, I forget what they call it. It was like a stem cell sort of thing. A very drawn-out process. And appears that treatment, for the time being, is working. So, yeah, every so often we'll hear from the Lone Ranger. So we know gas prices indeed have an impact on the overall economy. When gas prices skyrocket and people are putting more in the tank, when you break it down over millions of individual drivers, the money going into the tank on a weekly or bi-weekly basis that's purchasing fuel, when prices are down, there's more money to go elsewhere in the economy. That money that might have otherwise gone in the tank may now be enough for you to, take the wife out for an evening dinner elsewhere. Supporting a restaurant. You may have enough to, you're going to spend it on a new shirt, a new pair of sunglasses. It's whatever it's going to be. Christmas is almost here, and reports from Gas Buddy this past day, gas prices are expected to continue falling right into Christmas, offering holiday travelers relief at the pump as the national averages trend below last year's level. Gas Buddy said the national average of gasoline on Christmas Day is expected to be about $2.79, down from $3 last year, which translates to drivers saving more than $500 million during Christmas week alone compared to last year. See, a less than 25 cent per gallon change has a $500 million overall impact economically. Gas Buddy said this is going to mark another year of improvement for holiday drivers, continuing a downward trend that began after prices peaked earlier this decade. They attributed the softer holiday pricing to refinery maintenance wrapping up, rising gas supplies, increased oil production from OPEC throughout the year, which has indeed pushed crude prices to a multi-year low in recent weeks. Even with millions of Americans traveling, winter gasoline demand remains significantly lower than summer levels. Christmas is often when gas prices settle to near the lowest levels of the year, and this year will be no exception, according to Patrick DeHaan. Maintenance is wrapped up, supplies rising, winter demand. All of this keeps a lid on prices. He said, barring any unexpected refinery disruptions or global tensions, prices should come in lower than last Christmas and continue trending downward right on into next year. The White House said earlier this month that falling gas prices reflect positive changes in economic conditions under the Trump administration. All right, AAA said in their December 11th release, the national average gas price fell 5 cents over the past week to the lowest level in 4 years right now. And the trend, again, is expected to continue. Well, let's say good morning, Senor Heatwave.
Oh, good morning, Senor. I'm out here drag racing with a Amazon Prime driver. Good night. I swear. There's just no consideration out here amongst truck drivers. And, the least he could do is slow down and allow me to get ahead since I am the faster of the two, but I digress. Well, I tell you what, if you have Scrapyard's number, you can just go ahead and send him my number and everybody will be happy. Of course, my number did go to the dark side. I'm sure I'll be getting more phone calls from around the country and around the world, so don't worry, Scrapyard, I'm not too worried about it. We're good. Speaking of phones, do you have an Apple iPhone?
I have a Android.
Android, all right. Well, Apple come out with an update to enhance the phone itself. Man, I can't tell when I've lost a call or not. Usually I would get a little 3-beat deal that lets me know, oh, by the way, you're off the air or someone hung up on you. Well, that doesn't happen now. So I'll be talking, and it's like, hello, you're like Big Ed, are you with me? And I tell you what, I feel like I'm a homeless person in New York City walking around talking to myself, thinking I'm talking to somebody. So, really don't like that new upgrade. I hope they change that pretty damn quick because it is an absolute mess. All right, and I hear Pappy's making himself some left-handed Luckies. Is that what he said he was doing?
Something
Rolling
like that.
smoke?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Yeah. Well, you know, he was probably a big Cheech and Chong movie fan, so I'm sure that's what he's doing. Remember the real tobacco, you put that in the right pile, okay? And if you want to mix, you put that in the middle. So that devil's lettuce will get you, man. It'll get you. All right. Now, Somalians. Were they the original Barbary pirates that the Marines were sent after to eliminate back in the 1800s, early 1800s, when they still had sailing vessels?
Boy, we're going back in my history lessons that I've forgotten most of that over the years.
Well, I tell you what, one of the Marines out there, I'm sure they would know. I mean, I'm just Air Force, and we weren't born until 1947, but I digress. I mean, that's, you know, it seems like all we have heard is, you know, we send them aid. Well, the warlords took it, and then they resold it, and the people were griping at us, and we tried to help, and that's where the movie Black Hawk Down originates from, is that, you know, Somalians, hell, I didn't even know they were in our country way back when, many moons ago. What have they done to help build the country, as all these Democrats and Ilhan Omar are citing? You know, we were a fabric of this country. Right. Yeah, you're a fabric of the country, okay. Yeah, you're robbing us blind by putting everything that we give into a black bag, and you send it off to your cohorts back in Somalia or wherever the hell it is that you're sending it to. I mean, good night. I don't see anything that they have done to help this country other than to help themselves. I'm sure John F. Kennedy's rolling in his grave right now going, where in the hell did I say, you know, ask what the country can do for you, ask not what you can do for the country.
Yeah.
You know, that's, you know, and I guess that's part of their plan, is to bankrupt whatever they can bankrupt, take advantage of everything they can take advantage of. And then when they run this into a crap hole, it's something cleaned up other than what President Trump would say, you know, then we're going to have trash in the streets, more so than what we got now. It'll look like a Kensington, Pennsylvania. I mean, it'll just be a third world country within a country that should have never, ever have allowed this to happen. And, you know, when they install someone in office like they do a broken toilet, you know, such as what Biden was, I mean, damn. And the Democrats think that, you know, we're doing okay with it to be the way that we are, and say, oh, it's Trump's fault. And anytime a butterfly farts in Africa and a damn hurricane comes up, oh, well, that was Trump's fault because of global climate change. I'm sorry. I know common sense is not that common. But why are we having to deal with this lunacy out there? And as far as legal orders go, well, good Lord, they've already gone through the JAG offices or whatever legal counsel in the military to go through to make sure that these orders are given are not going to be illegal. You know, when is an E1 going to tell in 08 or in 09? I'm sorry, I can't do that because that's an illegal order. No, you don't know that. What you do is what you're told to do. You know, unless it is absolutely, you know, abhorrent or immoral. But, you know, you're there as a volunteer that you said, okay, I'll sign up and I'll do this. I give my oath to protect the Constitution and follow the lawful orders given to me from high on. It just aggravates the living hell out of me. So I see where President Trump has put down his idea of how people ought to be in and then cycled out as far as term limits go. Was it 12 years in 12 years as in the House, in Congress, and another House. There you go. Thank you. Tell you what, as soon as I turned 59, my mind went to mush. So term limits in the House and term limits for Senate. Well, you know what? I think, that I've had the same idea. I mean, if we're going to have every 2 years, you're going to have a new House of Representatives because everyone gets to vote on them. All right. Well, I think 6 terms is more than enough. Hell, I think 5 terms would be, 4 terms ought to be more than enough. 8 years. President's limited to 8 years.
Yep.
Let's do 8 years and 8 years in Senate. And we're going to lose a lot of good people that are savvy. But the whole idea wasn't to have someone to be in there for 50, 60 years and make millions of dollars. I mean, hell, even Truman said if you're a politician and you make money, you've got to be a crook. So I don't understand why these people, I guess absolute power corrupts absolutely. And they are thinking that they're God's gift to this earth or to this country, and if we don't reelect them, then we're going to all go straight to hell, which I don't agree. I mean, Maxine Waters, she's how old and how long has she been in? Schumer, Pelosi, and I know there's some on the Republican side that been in there for just as long. That may or may not be good for us, but let's get people out.
Right.
Let's get new blood in.
And you look at, on the right side, you got Mitch McConnell. I mean, and some of those you just mentioned. I mean, is Maxine Waters of her right mind? Mitch McConnell, we know he's having difficulties. At their age, I mean, well, we all get old. But these are individuals that are making the decisions and the laws, the rules to govern this country. And in many cases, they don't even know what they're doing. Before she passed, what was the California representative? They had to roll her in there in the wheelchair. They had to coax her, coach her on what to do. As far as term limits go, yes, the president has advocated on the House side. He says a limit of 3 2-year terms, so 6 years on the House. In the Senate, senators get 6-year terms. So a limit of 2 6-year terms, so 12 years for a senator. But you have to have like a constitutional amendment to do that. Amending the Constitution requires a 2/3 majority vote in both the House and the Senate, and then ratification by 38 of the state legislatures, which is a very difficult process. There have been several related joint resolutions introduced in Congress in recent years, including right now the current 119th Congress, 2025-26. As the case has been historically, none of them have ever advanced successfully. It is 844-844-3388. Back into...
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
I see that, I guess they had the Powerball drawing last evening. Yeah, still no winner. So we bump up to $1.25 billion. $1.25 billion. That's the number for, I guess, Wednesday's drawing. December 17th. It was actually the Monday night drawing on the 15th. No winner. So, tonight's the night. Tonight, 11 p.m. Eastern Time, $1.25 billion. Yeah, somebody looking to have a very Merry Christmas. If they can find a winner between now and then. All right, we started a 2-day session this past day. Dateline, Kansas City, Missouri. Highway safety is the number one priority for the FMCSA. Administrator Derek Bars opening the Midwest Commercial Vehicle Safety Summit this past day. Of course, that statement, that's nothing new. Leaders of the FMCSA have been delivering that sentiment for decades. But it's how Bars follows up that often used quote, along with recent actions and statements from the U.S. Department of Transportation, that give reason to believe this agency will take a new approach on how to achieve that goal. As we move into 2026, there's one clear objective, and that has to be saving lives. Derek Bars speaking to a room full of FMCSA officials and other trucking stakeholders, opening session 1 of a 2-day safety summit. We cannot keep doing the same thing over and over and expect different results. Some of the new tactics focused on making sure truck drivers are well trained and qualified before they're ever handed a CDL. Stating our research agenda is tightly aligned with the FMCSA's current priorities, and that includes improving safety outcomes by strengthening the integrity of our training and licensing systems, improving our ability to identify high-risk carriers sooner, and taking action. Now, just weeks after Bars was confirmed as the FMCSA's administrator in October, He joined Transportation Secretary Duffy to send that message to those CDL mills around the country, which are known for prioritizing getting applicants licensed rather than ensuring that they're actually capable of operating an 80,000-pound vehicle. A quick Google search will reveal CDL training schools that claim they can get you a license, in some cases, believe it or not, in 24 hours. They exist. If you don't want to follow our standards, then you need to stay out of the profession, said Bars. If you're not following the rules, we're going to make sure we're going to put you out of business. We're going to come after you. Now, both the DOT and FMCSA also focused on ensuring that CDL holders are well vetted and now enforcing can read and speak English. Duffy said the trend in recent years of giving out hundreds of thousands of these non-domiciled CDLs to foreign drivers who are no longer authorized to work in the U.S. Has created a true public safety threat. With this interim final rule that ultimately could remove close to 200,000 of them off the roads. They also haven't wavered on the belief that truck drivers must be able to read traffic instructions and electronic road signs, communicate with law enforcement officers in English to ensure they're safe to operate on U.S. highways. So today is actually day number 2 of that safety summit there in Kansas City. Final hour just ahead.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A family associate tells the New York Times that Rob Reiner's daughter discovered her father's body. She later learned her mother was also dead. Reiner's son, Nick, has been charged with 2 counts of murder in the stabbing deaths of his parents. A deadly attack in Sydney, Australia, claimed the life of a San Diego area rabbi's nephew during the first day of Hanukkah. That worship leader says festivities will go on despite concern about the anti-Jewish rhetoric around the nation.
Free Palestine!
This time, the Midwest.
The day of courage!
Chabad Poway Rabbi Israel Goldstein showing video and the sounds of protests in Michigan. He says the Jewish community has overcome fear and will again.
We are a compassionate, benevolent religion. We are fighting just the opposite. A very dark death cult whose whole foundation is about death and destruction.
The rabbi says this week's celebrations will go on as Jewish community members refuse to cower in fear. I'm Phil Farrar.
Public and private schools schools across New England are tightening security as the search for the gunman in Saturday's mass shooting at Brown University continues.
Several private schools in the Providence area canceled classes Monday out of an abundance of caution, while local public schools remained open with a heightened police presence. Mayor Brett Smiley.
Providence Public Schools are open, and we have police coverage at drop-off and pickup times to provide that extra sense of safety and security.
Officials say there are no known threats to schools or colleges. The New York Times reports the decisions were a response to community concerns. Students at many campuses are wrapping up finals this week. I'm Larry Kofsky.
Wall Street closed with stocks mostly down.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 302 points. The S&P 500 shed 16 points, and the Nasdaq rose 54 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Massachusetts authorities are investigating the fatal shooting of MIT professor Nuno Lareo as a homicide. He was found dead in his Brookline home, and police say the investigation continues. No arrests so far. A California man has been sentenced to federal prison for defrauding 900 distressed homeowners of more than $2.5 million.
Federal prosecutors say Mohammed Mike Zaffaranchi ran call centers that focused on homeowners who are at risk of losing their properties. He claimed he could help them. He charged them $3,000. Many of his customers lost their homes. Zaffaranchi was convicted at trial. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Restitution will be determined later. I'm Brad Ford.
Hunter Biden has been disbarred in Connecticut.
Disbarment comes after complaints regarding his convictions on gun and tax charges. Biden consented to being disbarred and admitted to attorney misconduct as part of an agreement, although he did not admit to doing anything wrong. He was pardoned by his father after he was found guilty last year on 3 felony counts related to his concealing of drug use to purchase and possess a firearm. Biden was also stripped of his law license in Washington, D.C. in May. I'm Jim Roop.
Radio legend Howard Stern has signed a new 3-year deal with SiriusXM, keeping him on the air with more flexibility and free time.
We're back. 3 more years with SiriusXM. And I'm excited about it because you know what? I do still love radio.
The move ensures that Stern remains a cornerstone of the platform as the company navigates subscriber declines and cost-cutting measures. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as we get that final hour underway here, where we leave off. Talking earlier about the Homeland Security and the announcement this past day that they know of some 18,000, suspected or known terrorists just let loose in the country under the Biden administration. Pappy had some thoughts on that. He said 18,000 terrorists. That's equal to a naval carrier group. We're talking an aircraft carrier, several heavy cruisers, several light cruisers, several destroyers, a couple of submarines. In the Army, you've got squads, companies, battalions. 18,000, that's like equal to several battalions of warfighters that are on our soil. Wow, when you think about it, yes. If they were all on the same page, that's 4 brigades, brigades in this country, downright crazy. Then Philip mentioned the flooding out west. Yeah, and that continues. I think we're likely to see more dramatic footage and video coming out later this morning because the heavy rains have been falling pretty much all night. Now, we've had 2 levee breaches in a suburb of Seattle, one on Monday, another on Tuesday. The Monday breach prompted officials to issue emergency evacuation orders for businesses and residents in the area near the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. That was Monday morning, about a little before the noon hour. Then we had, 7:30 p.m., the evacuation notice was lifted. Second breach, this time it was along the White River that triggered precautionary evacuations of about 1,300 people in Pacific, Washington. That was about 8 o'clock there on Tuesday morning. And as we say, we've been witnessing more heavy rain falling throughout the night, continuing right on into midweek here. All right, see if Eagle's hanging in there. Take 2 on this Wednesday morning. Are you with us, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, Steve, I wanted to talk to you about a truck accident I seen this morning. So the first thing is when I got on the road, I was in Houston last night, and as soon as I got on the interstate, headed over to North Carolina before I be my last run of the year. It looked like till I get back to Texas, but there was a very bad accident. Looked like a driver got killed right outside of Houston on Interstate 10. It's on the internet. These guys that are sleeping on the side of the road in these rest areas. Police, they need to start enforcing that. I know they do it on Interstate 95 up in New York, New Jersey, and Virginia and all that. They'll give you a ticket. These guys that are parking on the ramps, you might have seen it. Before you get into the rest area, there's trucks on the ramps, and after you get out of the rest area, there's trucks. Well, apparently somebody ran into the back of a truck that was parked on the shoulder of the ramp, and you should have seen the devastation of this accident, Steve. It ripped the whole front end off of this truck. There was nothing left of the truck when I drove by, and I've seen photographs of it tonight when I was looking on the internet. They had traffic backed up for at least 5 miles, 6 miles traffic, like 7, 8 o'clock this morning when I left Houston. As I was saying to myself, oh, what's the problem all now? I figured I got through Houston. I didn't think I was hitting no traffic. And as soon as I got outside, that's when the accident occurred. But these guys that are parking on the side of the roads, they don't realize how dangerous that is when you got trucks going down the interstate doing 65, 70 miles an hour. And if bad things happen, and when you do that, that's why if the rest area is full, you need to find somewhere else to park. Truck stop or whatever, Walmart or whatever you got to do, but parking on the side of the road is not the answer.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, there's a man that's dead right now because he ran, and we talked about before. I think a Greyhound bus a couple of years ago ran into some trucks that were parked on the shoulder of the road, and these states need to start enforcing that in these rest areas. It's ridiculous. How some of these guys park, you can't use the excuse with these electronics. You could easily go to personal conveyance and drive another 10 or 15, 20 miles, or whatever you got to do to get to a safe location. Because this parking on these ramps and on the shoulder of roads, it's just not. It's too many problems with the way some of these drivers drive today. Now, one thing I wanted to say, Steve, about this situation, other people have already talked to you about it tonight, and I talked to you about it before. It's obvious that Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth don't give a damn what the Democrats say about it because they're still doing it anyway, is blowing up these ships that are transporting drugs into the U.S. So there's the answer. If Donald Trump and Hegseth are worried about it, from what I understand, they wiped out 2 more ships today.
Yep.
Now, when it comes to these people, Steve, that are transporting these drugs, they don't realize how much fentanyl these guys are. You know how many people you can wipe out a whole city with the amount of fentanyl that these guys are transporting on these boats into America to poison American people. And you got these loser Democrats having the nerve to say they're worried about some guys that's transporting drugs into America. These guys are a disgrace to the United States of America, Steve. These so-called politicians that are trying to say that Hegseth is doing something wrong. The guy's doing exactly what he needs to do. He's keeping these drugs from getting into America because these guys are not innocent people transporting them drugs. These guys are criminals. And, they say that these guys are, I don't know, not one drug dealer that doesn't have a gun on him at all times. And I can guarantee you that them guys running them boats into the United States have some kind of weapon on them. So they're not innocent by no means necessary. And whatever it takes to take them out, you get Pete Hegseth that should do it to keep them drugs from getting into America. And anybody that disagrees with it, get the hell out of the country and go live in Venezuela or Colombia or wherever the hell you want to live at, because we don't want you no more, because I'm fed up with all of them. And I thank you for taking my call.
Thank you much, Eagle. Yep, tell it like it is, right? About 14 past the hour. All right, on a lighter note, how about congratulations? Following more than 2 decades of military service, Charles Jones Jr. has earned another accolade as he ventures into a career in trucking. Jones was presented with the 2025 Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Award at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce last week. The award given annually to a military veteran transitioning to a career in the trucking industry. Finalists show how military experience translates into excellence in the trucking industry. We're proud to honor their service and celebrate the vital role veterans play in keeping America moving, according to the Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce and President of Hiring Our Heroes. Jones, a sergeant first class in the Army, completed 3 deployments in Iraq, 2 rotations in South Korea, and served as an unmanned aircraft systems operator, instructor operator, standard operator and platoon sergeant. Following his retirement from military service, he enrolled in and graduated from Georgia Driving Academy in December of last year. Began his professional driving career with rail transport earlier here in 2025. Jones says, I was absolutely surprised. I loved the fact that this even exists. When I left the military, the biggest thing I missed was being around the other soldiers. Now when I see these other veterans doing the same thing I'm doing, it's very reminiscent of being back in the military. But in winning the Transition Trucking Award, Jones was presented with a brand new Kenworth T680 with a 76-inch sleeper and all the latest amenities. Initially, it was all about the business aspect. When I saw this truck, he said, it would get me closer to becoming an owner-operator. Once I saw it, sat in it, and touched in it, I knew this truck was made for me. There were ultimately 3 finalists for this year's award that were honored as part of the Veterans Ready Summit in Washington, D.C. Again, this past week, 17 past the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, so I see what's going on. I'd seen some headlines about Billy Bob Thornton on The Landman. You're taking a shot at The View or something. I didn't know what it was all about. I'm going to have to do some binge watching. I loved season 1 of Landman. All I've seen thus far in season 2 is that first episode. And they're already, 5 episodes in, so I'm going to have to binge watch. I've got 4 episodes to catch up on. But the story from L.A. is Paramount Plus's hit series Landman taking a jab at ABC's The View. In episode 5, with Billy Bob Thornton playing the oil executive, Tommy Norris, delivering a memorable takedown during a phone call with his father, being played by Sam Elliott. He goes by TL on the show. Frustrated with TL's boredom, Tommy suggested, why don't you watch some daytime television? Watch one of them daytime talk shows. Like The View or something. And TL says, what is it? To which Tommy says, a bunch of pissed off millionaires bitching about how much they hate millionaires. President Trump, men, you, me, everybody else they got to be up their ass about. Now, the line was actually written by Sheridan. Taylor Sheridan. That apparently that's gone viral. Viewers praising the savage humor going after The View. I think Billy Bob actually sat down with the ladies of The View last year promoting the Landman show for season number 1. That's pretty good. Bitching about everybody. Bitching about President Trump. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Well, I think they got it right in the first part. There's a bunch of millionaires bitching about millionaires. I mean, that's the whole basis of it right there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so, well, them and everybody else. So, you're talking about them non-domiciled CDL holders and how there's, we had the CDL schools and stuff, and they were, just taking their crayons and papers and, making up licenses and drawing pictures on them and everything and handing them right out there, come in, take it out wet, and it's not even got time to dry. And how does that work with the insurance people, Your Honor? Because I seem to remember, when I got my chauffeur's license, which was 2 or 3 years before CDL had to be fully implemented because New York State kind of dragged their feet. CDL was actually around when I got my chauffeur's license, but because New York State couldn't be bothered to do anything, the good liberal Democrat state that they are, they can't do anything until they're, it's absolutely time to do it or else they lose all their federal highway funding. And so anyways, but I remember all the ads in the books. We had all those books there at the truck stops. You'd have 15 or 20 different books, it seemed like, and all of them listed these great jobs and, high-paying jobs at 18 to 23 cents a mile. And all you had to be is 23 years old with 3 years of experience.
Right.
Because the insurance companies wouldn't let you get behind the wheel of the trucks that the companies had on the highways. And so it was pretty much all, kept kept everybody from getting experience, because how do you get 2 to 3 years of experience if you can't get a job and get experience? And the thing was, is when I got my license, heck, I was 18. Might have been 18 with the permit, 19 when I got my license. I don't know, somewhere around there. But I did my time in New York State. We won't talk about the times that we lived close to Massachusetts and New Jersey. That sometimes they were closer than you can imagine. But anyways, now you got to get experience one way or another. But yeah, for me to go out and actually go to work for a company and get a job with company and make that grade 18 to 23 cents a mile at the time, 2 to 3 years experience, 23, 25 years of age, and it's like, yeah, really. But so right now, I guess what everybody must be self-insured, and they don't have to worry about what the insurance companies aren't saying anything about tearing up all this equipment. Ego is just talking about having equipment torn up and everything, but I don't know. That's if people ain't smart enough to move over one lane when they see something on the side of the road, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't assume too much of that either. But I see way too many people that can't be bothered to move over, even if they have room to do it. Just sit right there and just they'll ride 6 inches off the white line, and something parked on the white line, they don't care.
Yep.
Doesn't matter, doesn't matter whether it's a four-wheeler that's been there for 4 days or somebody has dropped the trailer on the side of the road. What is up with this? This seems to be another phenomenon that seems to be happening, Your Honor. I've been noticing this quite a bit, is that there's these people just drop their trailers on the side of the road, just pull over on the shoulder, unhook their trailer, and just drive away. Why is that something that I'm just seeing, or is this something that's going on across the country, other places? I don't know. It just maybe other people have seen this. I don't know.
That's a new one on me. That sounds kind of dangerous.
Yeah, well, yeah, because there isn't even anything hooked up to the front end to even provide any lights if they were bothered to turn on. But no, there's just too much of that. And I guess the one other thing I saw there the other day, somebody posted another one of these pictures of a car that drove underneath the back of the trailer, and I don't know if it was moving down the highway at the time it run into the back of the trailer, or if it was one of these ones that possibly was parked on the side of the road. But again, the car was all the way through the ICC bar, which isn't designed to stop a 2,500 to 3,000, 3,500 pound car traveling 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Somebody told me the other day they had one of them radar things. They got passed by a car that said it was doing 131 miles an hour.
Wow.
Now, when a car runs into the back of a trailer at 131 miles an hour, do you think the ICC bar is actually going to stop that car from going all the way to the axles? Because the axles have to be 8 feet forward from the ICC bar, according to the standards after they made these 53-foot trailers. When most of the time you get on some of these discussion boards and all these companies are ordering 53-foot trailers. Must come to load with a 53-foot trailer.
Right. Well, hold. We got to pause there. News break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A family associate tells the New York Times that Rob Reiner's daughter discovered her father's body after a massage therapist raised concerns. She later learned her mother was also dead. Reiner's son, Nick, has been charged with 2 counts of murder in the stabbing deaths of his parents. President Trump has declared illegal fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction.
He signed the executive order Monday while awarding Mexican border defense medals to U.S. military members at the Oval Office.
With this historic executive order I will sign today, we're formally classifying fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, which is what it is. No bomb does what this is doing. 200 to 300,000 people die every year.
Trump said drug cartels were running rampant on the Mexican border before he took office. The president said the soldiers honored took part in important border operations. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, coming up just ahead, other industry headlines. According to the report this past day, the number of people working in the segment that the Bureau of Labor calls truck transportation was at the lowest level in the month of November since the very first post-pandemic months. What does that mean? We'll give you the details coming up here. First, let me get back to Horse Feathers. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over here, Your Honor. So, just to finish up quick. So, a lot of these things I see on these discussion boards is that people are going places and their companies are ordering truck 53-foot trailers and they're putting loads on that are barely 45 feet, 48 feet. Don't have anywhere near enough volume to fill up a 53-foot trailer, and it's just got to the point that everybody just wants 53-foot trailers. And of course, as I say, the way they're out there, the way the the regulations are you can't have your wheels all the way back. And I still say, you know, my tank trailer, my wheels are all the way on the back end. I used to run 40, 45, 42, 43, 45, 48-foot van trailers and 45 and 48-foot flatbeds, and all my wheels were always in the back. And I just always had the thought that it's the axles that are always holding things back. It's not, that ICC bar might be there to help a little bit, but it's a nice step to get in the back of the trailer. But but the big thing that's going to hold anything from going under the trailer is going to be your axles. And so, anyways, guess I'm not going to change that real quick. But I don't know. Anyways, but that's about what we had for you there. So I guess we'll go out there and we'll talk to you there on, what do we got? Oh, hey, we got Friday Eve coming up. Did you realize that? It's going to be Friday Eve already.
That's true, yes. Wow. And that'll be the last Friday Eve before Christmas. All right, so what do we have? Knucklebuster back with us here on a hump day. Getting closer to your destination, I presume.
No, I still got 2 hours to drive there, so I won't make it in till tomorrow afternoon. So that's fine. I'll be able to take my nap anyway. What's that about Horse Thunder saying? The axle had to be all the way up underneath the trailer there?
Yeah.
Once you get out west, the only thing you can do is 12, 34, 34. They don't, unless you run out there to California, Oregon, and Washington. The rest of them, they don't play that game. So I would slide it all the way back if I need to, but I get myself legal. That's the best thing to do. I don't know, Steve. It's I ain't got to worry about all that parking problem anymore. I wish I never had a problem finding a parking hole in the truck stop.
You don't have any trouble? You don't have any problem?
Not out west out here, you don't.
No? Okay.
Hey, if you can't find parking in a truck stop, you find you at the bottom of a ramp. Most of these states out here won't even write you a ticket. Not out west, they won't. That's why I like running west out here. It's just don't have no problem finding a parking hole, and I don't normally park at a truck stop because them guys in there, when they wake up in the morning, they're waking up next to another man. And Brother Rambler said something about it on one of your podcasts there about that man-on-man love was good. So I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood him or something. I don't know. I just got me a green light over here in Arkansas. And when I crossed over the line, I passed Lauren Weed Jr. back there, Steve. He's one of them bull haulers with a Peterbilt.
Yeah.
Chicken lights all over it. And he was just barely doing 60 miles an hour because I went right on around him like it wasn't nothing there. So, hell, I don't know. Maybe he's tired, I guess. That's the best. Well, that's what Tennessee always done when she got tired. She slowed down. I woke up one night over there in the passenger seat of the car, and all I heard was these trucks going by. And I look over there, and she's doing 40 miles an hour, Steve. It's gone on the side of the road, let me drive. She's that damn tired. So, if you're tired, go to bed there.
Right.
Yep. Let somebody else drive there. I'm glad all of it's over with. I'm fixing to call it quits for driving a truck, and I've got news for Big Ed. I ain't keeping my CDL.
No.
And I ain't keeping my medical card, because once I climb down out of this thing, I ain't never getting back in another one again. I don't like these trucks they got out here. I don't like the damn drivers they got out here. And I sure as hell don't like the rules they got out here. I ain't going down there to get another DOT physical. And I ain't paying the ungodly money that they want for background checks and all that stuff. They got some of the stupidest rules out here nowadays. So I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Oh, wait a minute. I'm from Mississippi, so That makes me the guilty party, right? And I got one other rant. That's Facebook. Well, I posted 2 things on Facebook, and one was about missing Tennessee, and the other one was about women being stupid and not telling you what they're PO'd about. So, they just sit in the corner and suck. Well, Tennessee never done that. She come right out and told me what made her mad, and then I could either apologize and rectify it, or all hell was going to break loose. You know what I mean?
Right.
Anyway, but we managed to stay together for 45 years, and yeah, I do miss that girl every day. But they told me, see, you need some psychological counseling there. I said, no, I don't need no psychological counseling. It's because I miss my ex-wife. Doesn't mean nothing,
Mm-hmm.
Well, she's not an ex. She's always been my wife, and I promise you, there ain't never going to be a woman out there good enough to match her, ever. So that's all my baloney for today. Have yourself a good day, Mr. Steve Summers. And, hey, heat wave, don't be drag racing them Amazon trucks. Find you a good hill before you get out there to pass them, and then kick it down there in Georgia Overdrive and let it go, buddy. All right, have a good day, Steve.
Let it roll. All right, Knucklebuster, have a good morning. Thank you much. Safe travels out there. All right, getting a clear picture on employment levels in all sectors of what they call the truck transportation sector. It's been kind of a challenge in recent months. The September report that was to be issued on October 3rd was delayed because of the government shutdown. Yeah, those numbers finally came out on November 20th. Yeah, the first November and October numbers were released on Tuesday for November. Yeah, that release, absent the shutdown, would have been December 5th. For October, the release would have been November 7th. With those 2 months now in the books, the continued erosion of employment levels in the truck transportation sector, according to FreightWaves, is becoming even more stark. Truck transportation employment in November, according to BLS, was 1,509,600. That's 4,400 jobs less than October. Now, I say all these figures are seasonally adjusted, but what is striking is that when a September downward revision is put into the mix, truck transportation employment is down 13,800 jobs from July's number. The figure for November, the lowest since June of 2021, when the BLS reported 1,508,300 jobs in truck transportation. Yeah, the all-time high water mark for truck transportation jobs was in July of 2022. You recall the peak of the pandemic when the trucking jobs, people were pouring into the industry. Rates were through the roof. Everybody could make a killing out there driving truck. We are now currently down about 5% from that number. Vice President of Market Intelligence at Arrive Logistics said in an email to FreightWaves that expectations, job losses would mount as a result of the dual crackdown on non-English speakers and the non-domiciled CDL holders is indeed coming to fruition. The results in October and November certainly support that thesis. Yes, strong seasonal rate increases, despite what's being described as a weak demand environment, also support the thought that large numbers of drivers have left the industry. And this is probably just a preview of what's to come in the coming year. Now, he said the prospect of more capacity disappearing from the market due to regulatory changes could result in a cascade of things. More balanced supply and demand conditions will lead to more volatility when it comes to spot rates, particularly during periods of increased seasonal demand. It also increases the probability and likelihood of a larger, more sustained disruption. The Transportation Jobs Report comes against a backdrop of an overall drop in the month of October of 105,000 jobs and an unspectacular gain of 64,000 jobs in the month of November. According to one independent economist, the October drop came during the federal government shutdown. So that needs to be interpreted with a grain of salt. But he did add a cautionary note. We've now had a pattern of a month of job gains followed by a month of losses going all the way back to the month of June. There were some other highlighted numbers in the report, but we'll save that for another day. They had warehouse employment numbers, courier jobs, rail employment, and wages. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When it comes to horsepower, there is nothing that compares to the modifieds. Multi-engine monsters with 30.5-inch tires and wheel speeds going well over 150 miles per hour. It's time to relive the master of the monsters. From the NTPA offices in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. The multi-engine monsters are crowd favorites, and for good reason. They look amazing, they sound amazing, they are amazing. With 14 tractors aiming for the Grand National title in 2025, there were a lot of popular names on the 11-pole schedule. These tractors have at least 3 big blocks burning alcohol down the track. With each engine burning about 5 gallons of fuel in 300 feet, these machines make well in excess of 10,000 horsepower. 2025 was a season to remember for Brandon Simon and his mod Simon Says. With only one rainout on the schedule in Toma, Brandon had 6 wins in the 10 points hooks that happened in 2025. Winning at the second night in Hutchinson, the only hook in Toma, the first pole in Rockwell, the 4th session in Bowling Green, and the 2nd session in Sandwich, Illinois. And at the Enderley pull-off, well, there was little doubt he would get the title. He took home a 3rd place in the 2nd session in Rockwell. To keep him on the podium, he struggled a bit in Hutchinson on night 1 and in Sandwich during session 3, getting 8th on those 2 events. Then, during the 3rd in Poletown, he struggled with only an 11th place finish. After the first hook of the season, Brandon was sitting in 8th in the points. After winning night 2, he moved up in the Grand National points to 4th, as the hauler set the GPS to Toma. With the rainout for night 1 in Toma, Simon Says took the win on night 2, and then the next hook in Rockwell. That moved him into 1st place, and he never looked back. Night 2 in Rockwell was a 3rd, and even with the 11th place finish in Bowling Green, Brandon had built up a big enough lead to stay in the points lead. Then, back-to-back wins in Bowling Green and Sandwich had the trucking company owner in a prime position to take the title. After struggling during the 2nd hook in Sandwich, Brandon took home a win at the Enderley pull-off to lock up the 2025 title by 5 points. Coming in 2nd during the season was veteran puller Bill Leischner and his tractor he calls Dirt Slinger. Dylan Owens and Thorne finished 3rd in the points. In 4th was the combo of Jeff and Ricky Rose with Giddy Up. Tommy Owens and his Rambling Rose took 5th. In 6th was Steve Bunnage with Takes a Lickin'. 7th went to Doug Christensen with Rat Pack 4. In 8th spot, it was Les Corporal and Corporal Punishment. And 9th went to Matt Johnson and his Dirt Slinger 1X. Rounding out the top 10, Brett Berg and the Rink Seed Moneymaker. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, I guess the good news is, nobody's going to be there. No humans are going to be there to witness it. But I don't think you'd actually want to be there. We've been talking about the atmospheric river, the incredible rains, flooding impacting the Pacific Northwest. Higher elevations, of course, see some snow, but the snow levels are dropping. Going to be snowing along Snoqualmie, Stevens Pass. Could be shutting things down at some point today. But high up there, Mount Rainier, Washington, in association with the atmospheric river, this is more snow than you could possibly imagine. 9 to 12 feet in like a 48-hour period. With extreme blizzard conditions, winds gusting to 100 miles per hour. As I said, nobody's going to be there to witness it because we're talking elevations like 10,000 feet. There in Washington State. This extreme climate is inaccessible and quite honestly unsurvivable this time of year. There's nobody there, and that's for good reason. The Jackson Visitor Center, elevation 5,400 feet, can be accessible at times this time of year. But even this winter storm and the West Coast atmospheric river could bring several feet of snow to that elevation as the freezing levels drop. But get a load of the forecast. It's been snowing throughout the day there. Tuesday, they expected 21 to 27 inches. As we speak, where it's coming up on like 2 o'clock in the morning, their time, snow continues to fall. Winds 50 to 55 miles per hour, gusts as high as 70. Picking up another 12 to 18. By Wednesday night, snow continues to fall. Wind chills 15 to 20 below. Another 4 to 8 inches. Thursday, new snow, another 14 to 20 inches. Thursday night, 12 to 18 inches. You add it all up, the math, the numbers. Anywhere, say 96 to 130 inches of snowfall. 9 to 12 feet. Talk about blur. I mean, you're buried. And of course, at times, they said winds would be gusting to near 100 miles per hour there. That is incredible. Mother Nature at her finest. All right, real quick here, as we're almost out of time. What do you say, Charlie?
Good morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Yes, we're going to do one of our live Christmas caroling, me and the right Wingnuts. Are you ready, right? Yeah, let's go ahead and start off. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree. Right. Somebody
Oh, don't you wish you had the dynamite? Yes. What'd you forget, Knuckle Buster?
Forgot to do my simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, all my Marine Corps brothers and sisters, and as always, our gracious host, Mr. Steve Summers. I wish I could say they could now, so, but that shoveling all that snow, that'd be a lot of tubes of Bengay on my back after that. So,
think?
I'd have gone.
All right, Knuckle Buster. Yes, you do the same. Thank you so much. Yeah, I just talk about shoveling snow. All right, in our final moments here. Rolling into the new year as the lawmakers return to work. There's several states that are going to be taking up new legislation on left lane use around the country. OOIDA said we support a balanced approach to using the left lane that focuses on safe passing and keeping traffic moving. Earlier this year, Louisiana and Idaho passed laws to address slow traffic in the left lane on certain highways. The prior year, Colorado and Kentucky adopted similar rules that limit the use of the left lane when it comes to trucks. In the new year, what do we see? New York is on the list. A bill introduced last week targeting the use of left lane by trucks. What do we see? We've got legislation coming in from Michigan, Missouri, and several other states. And we'll hang on to that and maybe address some of that in the coming days. New rules for a new year, right? With that, we close out our Wednesday Hump Day edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Safe travels out there, and hopefully, if all goes according to plan, we'll be back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight for our next edition.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything